Saratoga.
On the eve of the Whitney, this is Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. Little rain overnight, just a little. Still an enthusiastic crowd on hand as long as the weather clears out by tomorrow, as it's supposed to. We're all good. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Not one race has been contested, and so much has happened. Earlier today, across the street, the 2023 class of the National Museum of Hall of Fame was inducted. We'll recap some of the highlights. As for the live racing, the first of 11 races in about 10 minutes, and as you might imagine, we do have some changes. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Good news, Hall of Fame Stakes in Saratoga Oaks are on the turf, listed as yielding. All other turf races, 2, 4, 10, and 11, off the turf. Stakes races on, all others off. In moments, race 1 started the early. Pick 5, as I am joined by Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. Did he ever Venmo you that dollar from yesterday?
I did not get the dollar.
Interest, man.
Did not get the dollar.
Accruing.
I lost more than $1.
Yes.
So I think we'll figure out a way to get even.
It was a single pick 3. We failed.
None of them won, which is actually terribly embarrassing.
Insult to injury. So we'll monitor that situation. And then you have the situation that took place across the street this morning, starting at about 10 a.m. And the 2023 Hall of Fame class was inducted at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a highlight every summer celebrating the best of the best in thoroughbred racing. Gary, you were there. What stood out to you?
I couldn't attend the entirety, but to me, the coolest thing was right there when they introduced each and every one of us and all of our major accomplishments, and you get to hear that greatness throughout the room. And I'm looking down at Corey Nakatani, who's saying, "Next year, me."
And it happened today. He'll be joining us later on the show here. Corey Nakatani, JK, I know you were excited to see Arrowgate based on just how big of a fan you were.
I'm just such a huge fan of Arrowgate. And looking through it, thinking about it, it's funny. You see California Chrome got in today. Arrowgate beat him twice, right? Like, that's how good Arrowgate
that
was.
Breeders' Cup Classic.
Not to mention that he beat Gunrunner, who will definitely be a Hall of Famer, I would think. I mean, it was just an outstanding run of races. When he broke the track record here in the Travers, going 1.25 miles, he comes back in the Classic, beats California Chrome. He runs in the Pegasus, beats California Chrome, and then shows up in Dubai after completely missing the break and runs down Gunrunner, who went on to continue to be a freak. It was the most impressive 4-race streak I've seen in my life.
I'm not asking you who's best, Paul, in terms of the inductees, but we're fans, right? Like, who was a favorite of yours who was inducted this morning?
Well, somebody that I didn't really get to watch live when I was younger, but I got to watch a lot of his videos, was Fernando Toro, because my father always used to tell me, never throw out Toro on the turf. I mean, that was just the bottom line. He was the master of turf riding, and I think that taught me a little bit. There was a difference that us jockeys were different riders on dirt and turf. Certain jockeys that are Hall of Famers like this man next to me could ride on both. Some can only ride on some. But Fernando was unreal on the turf if you go back and look at some video.
The bull. And I know how much of an influence he was on you, Gary, when you were just coming up in Southern California in the mid-'80s.
Yeah, I was 17 years old, and I had Toro the Bull on my right side, and I had Darryl McCarg on my left side. Both of them had a big influence on my career. Not only how to ride and taking things like that, but being next to them in the locker room and learning how they acted and handled themselves in the jocks room.
This is always such a special day, and we'll have so much more on these stories. And a salute from all of us here at Saratoga Live to the newest members of the Hall of Fame inducted across the street just this morning. Hard left turn to the live racing. First of 11 races. You hear the call to post or something like it. Maiden special weight, 6-furlong sprint. Older horses here. Field and updated odds with the entry. Opportunity set, index fund, 2 for 1. You're getting 6 to 5. We'll meet the field very shortly. There is opportunity set. The entry. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown. He's burned some money, though.
Yeah, it hasn't run particularly well in the last 2 starts. If they can somehow find that debut from November of 2022, Opportunity Set can get the job done here.
Index Fund, 3-year-old debut, unraced since last November.
It's not often that you get an entry where like they both can really win. It's usually you're kind of getting stuck with something you don't really want. Both of these horses can win.
Seth Klarman, Chad Brown winning yesterday's Glens Falls #2 Macho Villa. I think, Paul, I think Wayne Lucas is in the Hall of Fame. I'll have to check.
Yeah, right. And Luis Saez gets aboard in 0 for 15, but you know, Wayne did connect with a long shot earlier in the meet.
On Saturday, last week, yeah. Number 3, Ludwig, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer.
Yeah, this horse has been working well. He's got some nice fast figures, a lot of pace figures as well. On a racetrack like this, I like my horses to be forwardly placed.
Wicked again, high-profile connections, Winchell, Asmussen, Gaffleone.
Yes, you know, being a gun runner at the Tappan Mare, I'm surprised this horse 7 to 5 in the morning line. Now you're third choice with a nice pedigree, but it's disappointed a little bit in 2 starts.
Party with Smarty, yes, a Pennsylvania bred by Smarty Jones.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't really like this horse in here, but it's a great opportunity to talk about Smarty Jones's Kentucky Derby on a sloppy racetrack.
On a wet racetrack, putting away Lionheart in the end with Stu Elliott. Metallurgic debuted on grass opening week, on dirt today.
Yeah, for Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana. Ricardo Santana been riding well, picking up a couple wins, long shot wins, and he's got another one in his hands here with a 21-1 longest shot on the board.
Track listed as sloppy. Early pick 5 starts here. First of 11 on the eve of the Whitney Hall of Fame Friday at Saratoga. We'll be checking in with Maggie shortly, but first a reminder, you can join us here at Naira Bets. Get involved, sign up, and you do so. Use that promo code SPA200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. So with about 3 minutes to post, let's revisit Index Fund's debut. JK, this was last November at Aqueduct, and there he is, revving his engines. Index Fund, he was part of an entry, 3 to 5 at post time. Index Fund here, and yeah, he's going to run well. He's going to fight and get beat by an eventual Sam Davis winner in the form of Litigate.
Yeah, and look, the pace was fast in this race. This horse was hooked all the way around there. And you know, I thought fought on extremely gamely. One thing to keep in mind when you're looking at these races for when their last race was a 2-year-old, you got a speed figure that day that suggests that he's still competitive with this group regardless of his age. Now you're going to be able to see him as a 3-year-old. The mid-season of his 3-year-old year, he's going to have maybe a 5 to 10 point boost in his figure just from maturity. If he can take a step forward, he could be tough to beat in here.
7 to 5, the entry. Index Fund. Arad Ortiz looking to strike early on the Friday program, Saratoga. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, things happen pretty quickly around here at Saratoga. A minute ago, I saw a sloppy track, now listed as muddy.
Are we? I don't know. Our graphic says sloppy. That one says muddy. It's pretty wet, to say the least, here, Lafitte, as I was talking to Executive Vice President of Operations. There we go. We got ours updated. Muddy track, and it is drying out. We haven't had any rain for the last few hours, but we pretty much had consistent rain over the last 14 heading into this card. And the Executive Vice President of Operations, Glenn Kozak, said to me that we got just shy of a full inch of rain in those 14 hours. So yes, we are going to see the 2 stakes races, the Saratoga Oaks and the Hall of Fame on the turf, which is listed as yielding. I'd imagine it's pretty soft out there, to say the least. But it's always interesting to watch, and I think important to watch, how these horses warm up over this going. And we'll start by taking a look at the 2-4 Trad Brown, the 4-year-old Opportunity Set. He's had an abbreviated career so far. He'll get back in action here. His first race was his best one. He comes in here as a gelding, talking about the plain one. Might be a little less appealing to people, but I thought last time the track may have been tilted towards inside speed a bit more, and he was kind of on the wide chase. So maybe willing to forgive him as he comes back as a new gelding. And honestly, he's grown a bit more than when I last saw him, which was back in December. I wasn't there for that March 3rd effort, but he looks really ready. I like the way he warmed up over this racetrack, as he has had that good sealed effort, albeit finishing 7th, beaten 10 that day. But again, I just kind of liked the way that he warmed up a bit more than his more preferable stablemate in here, and that's the 1A Index Fund. Index Fund does have the speed, which puts him in the game, and he's gotten a really big warm-up. I feel like Arad Ortiz is trying to wake him up a bit more, and maybe it's worked, but from what I've observed, he just was pretty quiet in the paddock. He really didn't jump into the bridle over this racetrack when first asked. And I think Ira's done exactly the thing you need to do with a horse that's a little bit dull acting, and he is getting more on his toes. He looks ready to come back. I don't know. I just preferred number 3 in here, Ludwig, who is taking some money. And he's had some chances, but last time he was beaten by a pretty nice horse and brighter days ahead, and albeit coming back to win on the turf, but could be a better dirt horse at the end of the day. And this guy looks to be the fastest as Phil Bauer opts to put some blinkers on him, just a shortcut cheater blinker, but he's the sharpest acting out there, really well muscled. I love what I'm seeing from this also new gelding. Now, you will see the addition of front wraps here today, but it feels like Phil Bauer puts them on often when it's over these deep New York tracks / a wet track as it is today. And then number 4, Wicked again looks really ready for this return race. Although I thought he might be a little more suited to the 7 furlongs rather than the 6. And we'll see how he stacks up against the formidable Chad Brown duo, guys.
JK, Gary on the same page. Wicked again, yes?
Gunrunner in the mud. Huge mud number, or wet track based on pedigree. If anybody out there doesn't know what that is, there's a number in the daily racing form, is a 460, which is huge.
Well, I'm hoping the 1A wakes up because I like the 1A. I think the 1A will like, actually, the mud a little bit, but I'm hoping that this horse breaks a little bit better.
3-2 the entry. Frank Mirmati with the call. First of 11 post time on the eve of the Whitney.
Here is Party with Smarty going up. Last one to load is Metallurgic. They're in the gate. And they're off. Wicked again, very quick. Metallurgic on the outside, and they're joined by Ludwig, who's gunned to the front, and Ludwig takes the lead pretty easily from the 2 grays. Party with Smarty 4th, already 4 lengths off the lead. Opportunity Set, Index Fund moving up in between horses, and another 3 back to Macho Villa. It's Ludwig with a 2-length advantage into the far turn. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Ludwig expands that lead to 3. Metallurgic second. Wicked again along the inside, a joint third. Index Fund on the outside, 4 clear of Opportunity Set. And from the back of the field, Macho Villa. They're a 1/4 mile from home. And Ludwig is the one to catch. A wide rally from Index Fund on the outside. And in between them, it's Wicked again. There's an 1/8 mile to go. Ludwig, 3-length lead. Wicked again, trying to get closer. It's a 2.5 length cushion with a 16th to go. Ludwig has been strong since the gate opened, and he dominates the opener. It will be Ludwig in front-running fashion. Wicked again was second. Opportunity Set came through to get third. Photo between Index Fund and Macho Villa.
Rigney Racing's Ludwig. Trainer Phil Bauer, Cart Talk guest week 2. Junior Alvarado, a date with Cody's Wish tomorrow, Gary, and a victory in the opener with Ludwig.
Yeah, blinkers go on today. He's been off since May 2nd. Trained well leading up to today's race. Junior puts him straight on the lead, and Ludwig does all the work from there.
Yeah, ABC here almost. I mean, the 1 and the 1A both just did not break at all. The 1A made a nice little move, but the race was over when the 3 took control and the 4 got put in chase mode here, Wicked again. And it looks like, I don't know if your 2 ran down the 1 in the 1A or the 1 ran down the 1A for third in here.
Look, Phil Bauer had a ton of success last year. If I'm not mistaken, 6 for 13.
Something crazy.
2 for 12 so far. So, you know, look, last year was a little bit of lightning in the bottle, but he's still being pretty productive for a trainer.
3 second place finishes.
Of course, you know, and played hard, obviously. Well, hopefully she'll come back. You know, it's probably the best horse he has here. He does a great job. Look, he's limited. I don't want to say he's limited, but he only trains for one owner. It's not like he's out getting a bunch of different owners, or that the success he had last year has led to him getting more horses and more clients. He's got one owner that he trains for.
There he is, Phil Bauer, dressed like he knew he might be visiting the winner's circle. Go back to the start, Paulie. What'd you see?
Well, watch the 1A and the 1A, both your favorites. The 1A, you know, Irad out of the gate, I don't know what happened, if he got squeezed or not. He just didn't break well. And the one got pinched. They both kind of got squeezed out of there. But it was both, it wasn't Irad's fault. The horse just broke step slow, just didn't break sharp.
And Gary Jr., Alvarado, Ludwig, not that quick getting out of the gate, but he was hustled and made the lead.
And it's very rare that you see one that breaks like that and is hustled that hard to make the lead. He left her with intention and not see him start the weekend at all. They ran 110 flat in this race, which is an extremely good time on any kind of racetrack. Well, keep an eye on times throughout the day.
Gee, what do they say? Clean faces win races?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tell you what, Junior
save money on goggles, too.
Junior Alvarado's had a couple rides where he's sent and he's won some races.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cody's wish tomorrow in the Whitney, and a victory here. Ludwig graduates in his 6th career start, 3-4-1 in the opener. Whitney, week edition, Cart Talk JK, and an Oaks winning jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. They have more history than you might realize. Stick around. Cart Talk next. Just getting started on Saratoga Live.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne's fingerprints on this first race. Claiborne Stallion Mastery, sire of Ludwig, who graduates in the opener. Junior Alvarado for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. Over to Maggie in the winner's circle.
and please be joined by Winning Connections here with Phil Bauer and Richard Rigney. And Phil, you said to me this horse had some hiccups, and gelding him and trying to keep his nerves at bay really paid off, especially with breaking his maiden here.
Yeah, a lot of credit goes to our gallop guy, Santos. You know, he suggested the cotton in his ears, and it kind of mellowed him out. You know, he just wouldn't really train like you wanted him to. And once we put those in and then added the blinkers, his last two breezes up here, we were excited to try him today with the equipment change, and he ran to his training. So I think that's maybe the key up here is you know, the last two that we've run that we've been fortunate enough to win, they've tipped their hand that they're ready. So hopefully with a month to go, it continues.
Exactly, and you guys are a force to be reckoned with, and obviously Phil, you're private trainer for you, Richard. And how important for you is it to have just a trainer that has only your horses?
Oh, it's the biggest thing for me. I wouldn't be in the game if it wasn't for Phil. You know, people have asked me before, especially when we were doing so well in the early years, they're like, you know, what do you think about going to someone else or doing, you know, partnerships? I said, if I'm not with Phil, I'm out of the game. And, you know, it makes it so that I get to play a big part from beginning to end from us when we start picking horses, racing, and, you know, right now we have 16 brood mares as well. So we're really into the game. We pin hook horses, so we do it all together. And, you know, Phil's like, you know, part of my family, and it wouldn't be nearly as much fun if I wasn't doing this with Phil.
That's amazing. And Phil, this is just the tip of the iceberg today. You'll send out Kigara in the Saratoga Oaks. Talk a little bit about how she's going to handle things out there today. There's a lot to give, a lot of water.
You know, I think this is a course that you really can't not necessarily prepare for, but you don't know till you try. But she ran on a good turf last time, so there was some give in it. So, you know, I think you just send her out there knowing, confident that she's training well, and I think she'll handle it. She's kind of handled everything we've thrown at her so far. Just one race in her form that you just put a line through, and came back as a really nice, mature, mentally and physically 3-year-old, and it's shown on her form. So we're excited, third start off a layoff, to try this group because it'll really tell us where we fit. I mean, it's quality cast, and we're excited to try.
I'm excited to see her. I haven't seen her since a 2-year-old. Guys, congratulations here with Ludwig, though.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
It's such a pleasure to catch up with Phil and Richard, and we'll see if things keep rolling until later on in the card, Lafitte.
Jagira, JK, give her a shot in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational.
Man, I've always loved that filly. You know, she was one of those 6 wins last year as a 2-year-old here, and I loved her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She didn't run particularly well, but she came back as a 3-year-old, and you know, look, I think these later turf races we'll see, it's going to all kind of come down to who handles the ground. You know, crazy things can happen in some of these races. Form can kind of change a little bit, so we'll see what happens. I think she's a talented horse for sure, though.
The personal relationships, Paulie, and what a difference it makes working together, a lot like in any other franchise sport, you know, owner, general manager, you know, manager, head coach, etc.
Yeah, you don't overmanage things. I think we've seen it already in baseball this season. Listen, I'm a Met fan, but when the owner tweets out everything in the life goes on, and you end up controlling things, it's almost a little bit like Jerry Jones. That's why you hire coaches to coach and things to do everything. So they simplify everything. It's only 3 or 4 people. It's not spread out throughout the whole world, and everybody's got different opinions. It's almost like the backseat drivers, you know what I mean? So I think they got things figured out, and Phil seems like he's happy. And like JK said, some people like the small, and you know, a lot of people will say a lot of things about Bob Baffert, but Bob has stayed stationary in one spot, and that's why he's been so successful, because he's been able to look at all of his horses. You can't tell me a lot of these guys that have 500-600 horses that are running throughout the nation have seen them all.
Baffert, who trained Mastery, the Claiborne Stallion, sire of the winner here in the opener at Saratoga. 1 down, 10 left. And up next, we always get excited for this, the 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief. Lots of changes off the turf on the main track. Distance remains 5.5 furlongs, but handicappers wide open. Regardless of who you like, you're getting a price with Captain Bob's 29. Need the story on that one at some point, because I don't have it. 3-1 tepid favorite. That's race 2. And then A segue to this Monday and Tuesday with the 102nd Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings. You know, the slogan is, where will you be? JK, I know where you'll be.
Look, it's Whitney Day, it's Travers Day during the day, my favorite days of the summer, but it's not even close. My favorite 2 nights of the entire summer are August 7th and August 8th at Fasig-Tipton for the sale. It's so much fun. It's like the best cocktail party in racing, but also as a racing nerd and a racing fan, you get to see some really, really special pedigrees of horses that I know are near and dear to a lot of our hearts for lots of different reasons, and that's not going to change this week as well. I'm really looking forward to it.
For example, one in particular you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I can promise you I will be in the pavilion watching the bidding on Hip 165, Curlin, out of Beholder. Woo! Beholder was so good. She was a champion 4 times. She won a grade 1 at 2, 3, 4, and 5, but most impressively, she carried around this guy to my right a whole lot as well. She was outstanding. I mean, you cannot draw up a better pedigree.
By Curlin out of Beholder. Gary Stevens, for somebody who's never watched a horse race in their life and they're learning about Beholder and she's in the Hall of Fame, like, tell us why she was so great. What made Beholder Beholder?
Her competitiveness, her athleticism, and her brain. She was one of the smartest horses that I've ever dealt with. When I rode her in a race, it was almost as if our minds were, I would think about moving inside, and she was there at the same time I was thinking about if I wanted to go outside, if I wanted to take back. She seemed to learn and know exactly what I wanted from her. She was difficult early on getting to the starting gate in the mornings a little bit, but she grew out of that by the time she was 6 years old, her last year of racing. And she did that, carried me around with a fake knee the last couple of years that I rode her.
The Bionic Man. The Bionic Man. I can't wait to see. Oh, the bidding starts and what that baby goes for when we come back. The Hall of Fame Stakes, for now on the turf, more than looks impressive. Manila winner looking for back-to-back graded stakes wins for Cherie DeVoe. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your...
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It's all part of the experience. Right across the street, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. The plaques of those inducted this morning. A salute from all of us at Saratoga Live here to the newest members of Racing's Hall of Fame. And another part of this day is the Hall of Fame Stakes for 3-year-olds. For now, it is on grass. Turf course listed as yielding. Fingers crossed we don't see any more rain the rest of the afternoon. 9 deep scratch Nagarok. That's a significant scratch. Let's go back to the Manila Stakes. Early July, Belmont, same mile distance, Gary. Nagarock, again, who's scratched. You'll see he does strike the front, but watch more than looks and him take off late and wear him down.
Yeah, really kicked in the gear, your leader right there, and then more than looks, came from just off the pace and starts rolling late under Johnny V, riding back today as well. I don't know, with this turf course, the way it is right now, they've got what they have it listed as yielding. I don't know if he'll be able to quicken like that, the same as he did on that turf course right there. Something to keep in mind.
You have to go back and recalibrate the handicapping when you're talking. I mean, this isn't firm to good. This is firm to yielding, really soft.
Yeah, and it's really hard to gauge, especially with a lot of the horses that we have over here that have been running at Belmont, like we just saw more than looks. But, you know, you can't, I guess, complain with a kind of horse that's been pretty good so far, been getting on the turf. But, again, when you get these European invasions come in, they usually got a big shot, too.
That's the Hall of Fame. Also have the Saratoga Oaks. Don't be late tomorrow, JK. We got a big show. It's a big day. Don't be late. 5 stakes races, 3 of the Grade 1 variety. Whitney, what a test. And then the Saratoga Derby. And on Sunday, the Adirondack 2-year-old fillies, the next step towards the Grade 1 Spinaway, Saratoga's marquee event for 2-year-old fillies. A loaded Whitney week. What else would you expect? When we come back, horses in the paddock for the second 2-year-olds off the turf on the main track. There is the tepid favorite at 3-1, whose name I don't have in front of me. You're watching Saratoga Live.
As he takes the Grade 2 True North Stakes. Elite Power, a champion sprinter.
Herman, the classic sire.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Horses going around, about to make their way to the track here for this 2-year-old race. It is restricted. It's a restricted maiden special weight for those horses that RNA'd or sold for $50,000 or less at their latest auction. This one off the turf at the 5.5 on the main track. Let's talk about number 4, Stuck on You. She is a filly that Wesley had entered yesterday in the fillies version of this race, which was run on the turf. But he cross-entered her here knowing that there was monumental rain. I don't think he wanted to run her on the turf. He wanted to run her here. And physically, she stacks up very, very well against her male counterparts. In fact, she's bigger than most of them, and she comes in here fit. I know it was a pretty light race when it comes to buyers in her debut, but I thought she was wired that day. She had trouble. I really like what I'm seeing from Stuck on You here. And we'll then move on to number 7, Captain Bob's B29. Who is a turf horse. I'm not sure why they're betting him other than it's Todd Pletcher. And I get it. I totally get it. Am I going to be shocked when this horse is in the winner's circle? No. But this is a horse entered for the turf. He has a massive turf hoof on him. He has a massive turf pedigree on the bottom side. He's wearing blinkers first time out for Todd Pletcher, which is, I usually interpret it as a negative. And furthermore, he's not the fittest looking Todd Firster ever either. And I think he wants to run longer. Is number 11, Rudy. These same exact connections had a Rudy. When I first started working here, where has the time gone? This guy looks quick, precocious, he's fit, he's professional, he's ticking every box of the Firster that I would want. Lafitte.
Rudy.
Something tells me that if that horse wins, my man Frank Miramati won't let us down.
He's got something up his sleeve for that one. He better, Frank, you better.
Start Googling.
Some serious red flags, some concerns. Maggie did not like what she saw from Captain Bob's B29, who is the tepid favorite, and perhaps the handicappers looking at this like it's still on grass.
You know what, though? I'll say this. A couple of things about Saratoga. One, when owners come up here for Whitney weekend and they're here, sometimes they say, no, let's just give the horse a run. We're here. We're not scratching.
He's in. We'll see what he does. Post-parade, Yaqui Valley. Kendrick Carmouche rides entered main track only.
Yeah, Michael Maker here, the trainer. This one from Temple City has had a spin over the dirt. Was not that good, but that was first time out.
Saw those 3 diamond colors. Here's Stuck on You. Tyler Gaffleone stays here. Defeated favorite in his Churchill debut.
Great song. Decent movie. Philly by competitive edge at a Super Saver. So Super Saver did have his best day in the mud.
Picada Prince, the tandem. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice.
I don't typically get carried away with sires and surfaces, but Munnings do run well on sloppy racetracks.
Good news for today's conditions. Captain Bob's B29. That tandem's pretty good as well. Loretta Ortiz, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, look, I mean, Maggie pointed out a bunch of negatives about this horse. Maybe they want to give the horse a run. I don't need this horse in this race.
Creates value elsewhere. Uncle Eddie, vacation fans, that is your horse.
All right. Obviously, this horse is very quick. The problem has been stamina. Maybe the sloppy racetrack will carry him around a little bit longer. I just don't know at 4-1.
Honest Dow, number 9, third in his debut 2 weeks ago here.
Yeah, ran okay that day. Feels like they probably wanted to get this horse on the grass. But, you know, what the heck, let's get another run, a little bit more experience, especially for connections like Graham Motion.
Rudy, co-owned and trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
There's just no way they're going to continue to try to name a horse Rudy for Rudy Rodriguez that can't run.
They're going to find one.
Probably has some ability.
Keep trying. They're going to find one. Crown that saint and make the rider Joel Rosario.
You know, I thought this horse ran well first time out. And sometimes when they get beat by a distance to ground, those type of races are actually better races to bet horses out of than when the result is kind of bunched up at the wire. I know this horse was 9 lengths second, but you know, the note has been close, and at 9-2, I thought this horse was a major player in here at the 12.
Field for the second Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day off the turf of the main track. We have a lot of special guests today. It's Hall of Fame induction day. Corey Nakatani will be joining us on the set, plus Troy Levy of Game of Silk standing by with Maggie.
It's so much fun getting to catch up with Troy here. And Troy, there's a big announcement when it comes to Game of Silks. We're throwing some land into the deal.
Absolutely. You know, we always had this dream of
building the game as the real live horse racing. So the next move for us is selling land, building stables, and having a community really engaged in racing. So it's really exciting.
I mean, just the thought behind this, it's just what the sport needs, just to bring people in. And look, I grew up in this sport, but having these horses virtually that I own in my stable has been so much fun. And I gotta say, I'm killing it as far as, the talent goes on this show. I've had 2 winners.
I know. It's, we're so excited. Every time we see you guys have a horse racing, we're like, please race good, So we're so happy that you win. And you got a horse going in the stake race now, too.
A lawbred who was my first reveal on the show.
And you were disappointed.
No, I wasn't. No, not with her. I was disappointed with calling my name, but she's won. No, Saved by Grace, plus my daughter's name Grace, and she's going to Louisiana Juvenile Fillies tomorrow, so I'm so pumped.
I know. We're all waiting. I think on Discord we're going to have like a reveal party too, so we're rooting for you.
Well, thank you. And Troy, tell people how to get involved if they haven't gotten involved, because the original kind of people that got into Game of Silks, they are benefiting, but there's still ways to be involved in it.
Oh, absolutely. It's even better now because when people bought the horses first, we had to wait the 4 or 5 months like buying yearlings. Now the horses are racing, so the horses that you buy now could literally be racing tomorrow. So you go to silks.io and you go ahead, very simply click the button, purchase a horse. If there is an issue, just click support, and we have 24-hour support team that will literally call you up and walk you through the process. But visit silks.io and get yourself a horse.
Troy, thank you so much, and I'm really excited for Game of Silks and my horses to be running.
Absolutely. Good luck tomorrow.
And you feel like they're your horses, Lafitte. It's so much fun playing Game of Silks.
That sense of ownership, JK, for somebody just tuning in, doesn't follow a lot of horse racing, they're hearing about this Game of Silks. What's the easiest way to explain it?
Yeah, I mean, look, horses are expensive, and it's a thrill to watch your horse run down the stretch. This is a way to get involved. Silks.io for more information, but it's a way to get involved to have these horses virtually, but still reap the benefits of their successes.
Yeah, and you saw the $254, the $120-some-odd dollars. Those are we each got some horses through the Game of Silks, and then we gave our charity of choice, and that's the money that's going to charity. I actually had a 47-to-1 shot run second at Ellis Park the other day, Regal Rumor from Wayne Catalano. So it is, like Maggie said, it's very, very exciting. You feel like you own part of the horse, and the money's going to your charity too as well. It's really a cool concept.
How nuts do we go over our fantasy football teams?
Right?
Fantasy is a monster, so something akin to that.
Our friendship almost ended because I didn't change my lineup.
You cost me a title, and if you ever think I'm forgetting that, JK's in some Breeders' Cup betting challenge, doesn't set his lineup, screws up the seedings for the playoffs. I get eliminated when I should have racked up a 5th title. No, and I invited you to that league. You know what? This ruined my day, man. Wow. Just ruined my day. 2-year-old, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Polly, we get 4-to-1 favorites in the Derby. We've got a 4-to-1 favorite here in Captain Bob's B29, who again, Maggie is like, this is a turf horse. This race is in the mud.
I'm surprised that the horse is the favorite, but I'm not. You got Irad Ortiz Jr. and you have Todd Pletcher, and you got a ton of unknowns, so I think the public's just going towards there. I'm very surprised at the 9. 9 at 7-to-1 is ridiculous because at least the horse ran a decent race last time. I also think the 12, now the 12's clicked down to 4-to-1. And like JK said, you would think the 11, if you're going to bet a first-time starter, why is I guess the 7-11 are not that far apart now. I mean, this betting board is getting ridiculous now. No one sets a 2B.
There's a lot of those. It's wide open, Gary, and you did go with Crown That Saint and make the Joel Rosario riding, who is now the lukewarm favorite for
he was entered for main track only. Did come off the turf, obviously. And this horse has experience. Finished in the same type of race, a restricted maiden special weight. That's for horses that were bought for less than $50,000. And he ran second on July 20th here. So firing right back for Orlando Nota. And Irad Ortiz, he was named on both horses here, the 7 and the 12. And when the horses are entered, their agents, the racing secretary, will say first in or first out. Well, obviously, Ortiz stayed on the Todd Pletcher horse. So Crown That Saint opens up. Joel Rosario's agent, Ron Anderson, is game enough to pick the horse up, so it's live.
And Maggie, number 9, Honest Al, a second start of the meet for Grand Motion.
And look, I like Crown That Saint too. I liked him first time out. I think I picked him in the face of just being devastated by that second-time starter for Greg Sacco. But I also liked Honest Al in his debut. And there's something about the way that this horse is put together that I think he'll like the wet track here. And if anything, he's acting better than what he did in that first race. He was professional, but just you like to see them carry it on to their second race because they know what's about to happen now. I did go with the filly in here. I thought there was some intention with Wesley entering her here, cross-entering her, and knowing that this race was going to come off. And like I said, she stacks up really well against her male counterparts, just hoping that she breaks better than what she did in that debut back in May at Churchill Lafitte.
Something to watch right from the start. The filly Stuck on You. There she is, Tyler Gaffalione, riding some fast fillies tomorrow afternoon in both the Troy Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner at a huge price. Why is that name escaping me?
Caravel?
Caravel. I should be tarred and feathered. Plus, pretty mischievous in the test, Tyler Gaffalione. And towards the outside, J.K. Rudy. And for Rudy Rodriguez, having a much better summer this year than last.
A tale of two meets. He was 3 for 94, 3% last year. You got to think that it was one of Rudy's worst summers. He said, no, not this year. He's 6 for 21, 29%. Who knows? This might be the 7th one.
When Rudy wins, everybody wins. And Todd Fletcher training a $7,000 purchase in Captain Bob's B29. Wide open, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Miramati standing by.
To the outside. They're in the gate. And we have a very restless runner. Looks like Uncle Eddie's rider has come off. Briefly, about to climb back aboard. We should be set. And they're off. Captain Bob's B29 was off a little bit slowly. Contested battle up top. Yaqui Valley is the quickest from between horses. Now checking right out of there is Crown That Saint back to 4th. As they run up the backstretch. Stuck on You is at the rail, and Honest Al racing in between. But it is Yaqui Valley with a narrow advantage heading to the 3/8 pole. Stuck on You hugs the rail and tries to challenge in second. Then it's Honest Al, 2 off the pace in third. Rudy is 4th. Racing on the outside of Crown That Saint. It's a gap of 5 back to Picata Prince, who is 4 clear of Uncle Eddie and Captain Bob's B29. They're at the top of the stretch. Yaqui Valley is the leader, chased intently by Honest Al, who's within a half length of him, and Honest Al roused to the lead inside the furlong pole. Yaqui Valley in second. Picata Prince is finishing strongly on the outside, and down at the rail, Captain Bob's B29. It's Honest Al by 2, and Honest Al beats Picata Prince, who fired big second. Then it was Yaqui Valley third, and Captain Bob's B29 was moving late.
Sire was a Derby winner, always dreaming. Honest Al graduates in his second career start for Grand Motion. Manny Franco in the saddle. Paul LaDuca locked in on this one. Gary, how'd she do it?
He's clean. She's clean. He. Everybody's clean.
I wanted to ask you about this ride.
That's how.
If we can go back to farther back, because if you go back to this race, Gary, I want you to watch. Manny Franco gave this horse an unreal ride. He was in between horses. He was battling between the 2 and the 4. He looked to his right, and he said, okay, 4, you go. I'm going to back out of this here and then go around. And, you know, J.K. said the 5 was rolling. The first-time starter was coming late here, but he had enough left. I want to see the backside here, and the move that he makes, G, I thought it was an amazing move, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there are horses that love mud. There's horses that resent mud.
Right here.
This horse was enjoying himself. Eases back.
Gary, watch Manny look to his right.
Well,
we kind of backed out of there. I guess we can't see the head on.
I don't know if he got squeezed out of there. I think what he did is that horse outside of him, he was going too fast. He said, I'll get to the outside, stay clean, and come with the late run. And it was a good move.
Traveling well here, Paul. You had to feel pretty good about your
you know what I yelled out? I hope the rail's kind of dead still, because I was worried about the 4, because the 4 was moving, and then J.K. said the 5's rolling, and you could see the first-time starter for Linda Rice got a ton of experience in the middle of the racetrack, JK, and was flying.
There's a small chance that this Rudy might be a walk-on as well.
I'll tell you who ran a decent race in there was Uncle Eddie, who was acting up at the start of the race and hopped at the start of the race. Was way back, come running to finish 4th, I believe he did, or 5th.
Game, set, match, line of the day. This Rudy might be a walk-on as well. What happened? Right? So
right
there it is, and Uncle Eddie. Kind of a lunge there.
It ran on nice at the end.
You know who else ran on nice was Captain Bob's B29 down along the rail.
Gary was talking about, did the horse he almost dwelled, right? Gary, a little bit?
Well, that's the same horse that reared up at the start. Javier was off to the side and had to climb back on, and when that happens, horse was close to tipping over. So Javier, he gets back aboard, takes a second to get tied on, but you do not want to move a horse that's already reared up once. They pointed his head, and maybe he wasn't standing just right, but you want to get out of there.
Manny Franco takes down the 2nd of 11 on this Friday program. Honest Al, Rising Sun Racing for Graham Motion, graduates in his 2nd career start, 9-5-2-7. Honest Al at 5-1.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Spirited start to a Friday here at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live. Just watch Honest Al breakthrough in his 2nd career start. Manny Franco. JK, did he light him up last night and mess around and get a triple-double?
I don't know if he got a triple-double, but he was lighting him up. He hit this little reverse layup in the jockey trainer basketball game. He hit a couple threes. He's without a doubt the best basketball player in the jockey.
It's so much fun to watch.
Did you book any bets on that game? What was the line? Who won that game?
Someone said the line was -9.5. But I didn't participate.
Side wagering on the basketball game aside, let's get down to Maggie in the winner's circle with winning trainer Graham Motion.
Graham, were you at the basketball game last night?
I was not. No, I missed the basketball game, but I got a lowdown from Manny in the paddock.
He's always like the MVP of the game. Now, have you ever participated in the basketball game in years past?
No, I must say I have not, and I would be terrible. I'd probably be worse than your husband.
You English guys don't know how to play basketball?
Basketball.
And you guys got some height too. But let's talk about Honest Al. I feel there isn't an abundance of pedigree with this guy, but I feel like you named him right, because is he one that just kind of always hinted at being, true and a genuine type of runner? Because he ran well, obviously, last time and winning today.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked him last time. I honestly do think he's going to be better on the grass. He just breathes really well on the synthetic at home, but he's just been one of those 2-year-olds since the minute he came in. He's just handled everything very professional like he was today. So I felt pretty good about it with the race under his belt, and Manny rode him great, and credit to the owners. I mean, they did a great job picking this horse out for not a huge amount of money.
It is so important to be able to take advantage of these restricted maiden special weights.
Yeah, it's a great program, and it's even bigger bonus they have them on the grass. So I think this horse has a future.
I'm excited to see what he does too. Congratulations, Graham.
Thank you, Maggie. All
right, English people, English whatever, do not play basketball. I learned that.
Oh, that was great. That was great. Graham Motion and Tom Morley. Yeah, we haven't seen him on the basketball court last night, but we did see Manny Franco, and this is always so much fun, seeing the jockeys and the trainers, and it's for, of course, a great cause, and the proceeds benefiting the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy last night. And JK, yeah, it's about the show that Manny Franco essentially is going to put on.
Yeah, he's fun to watch. I stayed for the first half, and the jocks had a big little lead, and then the trainer started to make a run. Irad called a little 20-second timeout to try to regroup, and then they kind of pulled back away. I don't even know what the final score was. I didn't get to see what it was, but Manny was definitely balling.
Jose Santos there. I would think he had to be the Chris Paul of the group, the veteran. There you see Manny. Oh, come on, man.
That's like left. Was that a left-handed reverse?
That was a little John Morant move right there. My goodness.
It gets competitive, Gary. For a great cause, but it gets competitive.
Now, this is totally different than how they do it at Santa Anita jockeys. They play 8th graders every year. Well,
and the 8th graders usually win.
Back when I was playing with the 8th graders, the kids hadn't started growing as big as they are now. Now the 8th graders tower over the jockeys and give them all they can handle. But DeSormo could play. Nakatani, who went into the Hall of Fame today, he can shoot some hoops.
Oh, he could play.
They would have been good additions to this team 20 years ago.
So Drayden Van Dyke.
Drayden Van Dyke.
He can play. He's got some handles.
The big takeaway is that Irad and Jose, they have fire in their eyes, even in the basketball game.
Yeah.
They are so intense and so competitive. It's not even a secret why they're so great out on the racetrack as well. I mean, and Manny as well. It's one of the trainers kind of swiped at a ball and kind of hit Jose in the face, and he looked at him like I was, whoa, what's going to happen here?
I'm going to remember that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna
the crazy
that.
part, too, is all the guys that we mentioned, and especially Corey, they're all like, Jose, you should see a golf swing. These guys are scratch golfers, too. They're no joke.
Straight.
Yeah, they're athletes, believe me.
Manny Franco, the left-handed reverse. Last night, always a great event here at Saratoga. Another great event every year at Saratoga. The Whitney on Saturday, one of the most celebrated races, and this guy's just full of himself. The best horse in training, the best story in racing. Cody's Wish. Odds on the Grade 1 Whitney tomorrow.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, to win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8.
Life is Good! They ran them off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Overcast here at Saratoga. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Yeah, we're woodchucking all right. Woodchuck, look ahead to the Whitney. Start your weekend with Woodchuck, the original American hard cider and the official hard cider sponsor of Saratoga Race Course. And that's what we're looking for, Gary. Looking forward to Cody's Wish tomorrow. This Grade 1 winning machine seeking a 5th straight Grade 1 in the Whitney.
And that slow motion shot, I liked it there because when he's running, you don't get to see his legs move very much. Lightning fast, trying to stamina tomorrow, first time going a mile and 1/8 around 2 turns. I don't think it's going to be an issue.
Bouncing, just a gorilla. The Whitney Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Older horses, mile and 1/8, 6 deep. Cody's Wish 1-2, Paulie. So how's he going to build off of that Demolition Derby in the Met Mile and try to do the same in the Whitney?
I think he doesn't change his running style. Listen, he's running against 5 decent foes in here, and he's trying a distance he has not been successful at. He's only ran 1 time, and he was basically a baby. It was his 2nd career start. He's all grown up now, as once said by Vince Vaughn. And, you know, the way he's running now, he's just so focused, and I just think he'll be able to handle a mile and 1/8. I think also, too, that Junior, with the outside post, can kind of handle him with care and not get that kickback and be able to get him to relax early.
It's a good post for him, JK.
Lafitte, he's going to be running for a little bit of history as well. No male horse has ever won a Grade 1 going 7 furlongs, 8 furlongs, and 9 furlongs in the same year. Not one.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Grade 1, 7/8, a mile and 1/8.
Same year.
Wow. For Cody's Wish. Yet another layer to the Whitney story. What will he do? Again, this incredible story, and rarely that the story comes together that the horse is actually that good. And much more on Cody Dorman, who is here in Saratoga for the very first time. And you won't miss a moment. Tomorrow on Fox, coverage begins 3 Eastern, all 5 stakes races, 3 Grade 1 events, Saratoga Derby, the Test, and the 96th running of the Whitney featuring Cody's Wish. You hear that bell? It means 17 minutes to post, so we have plenty of time to take a break. We'll come back, set up the 3rd paddock report. That's next on Saratoga Live.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got this precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Can you see? Yeah, there's some light here. Well, get some light? Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Huh? All right.
This sure.
Make sure you spelled their name right.
Yeah, this is okay.
What does it say? I can't read.
Fernando Toro, Thoroughbred Racing Hall of Fame. For when? For when? For when?
Come here. You're in, buddy. You're in. Give him a hug.
Congratulations, Fernando.
You want to know how much it means for someone to be inducted into the Hall of Fame? That's how much it means. You could feel it. That's one of the best things I've seen in racing in a long time.
Yeah, thanks to Jay Hovde, Jay Privman, who delivered the news to him. They'd asked him if they could come over, get some pictures signed, blah, blah, blah. You saw what happened there. But Fernando he didn't come today. He's got kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids, and he wanted everybody to enjoy it. So Del Mar, and I believe August 13th, they're putting a big deal together. The Hall of Fame is sending out the replica of his plaque. He'll be, the California fans will get to share it where he did all of his majority of good work, dirt and turf riding, and also his Hall of Fame jacket with the patch on it. So, Fernando, if you happen to be watching, congratulations, enjoy.
That was so good. It doesn't get any better than that.
No, you can't follow that, what Gary just said. I mean, it's just so special. And I think more than not, when you're a professional athlete, you read things and this and that, but when your peers, you want to be loved by your peers. When your peers love you like that, it's different. It strikes way different. And that's no disrespect to the fans.
Why the George Wolf Award is so important. Fernando Toro, now a member of the Hall of Fame, along with Corey Nakatani. And then you have the horses and a pretty good year for the West Coast here, JK, starting with Arrowgate and what he did at Saratoga, the 2016 Travers, in an absolutely jaw-dropping performance.
Well, the funniest part about this performance, and the part that I still giggle at, this horse was 11-1 that day.
You know what I giggle about? Was American Freedom was the favorite who ran second for Bob Baffert.
If everybody who had Arrowgate, who says they had Arrowgate, he would have been 6-5.
It's shocking. And like I've said a couple of times, he went on a unbelievable 4-race run. If you haven't watched it, just watch it on YouTube. He won that race, breaking the track record. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic, beating California Chrome. He came back in the Pegasus World Cup, and then he won the Dubai World Cup after missing the break and running down Gun Runner, who went on to win the Classic.
That was impossible. Like, that effort was jaw-dropping in the Travers fastest mile and a quarter in the history of Saratoga. The Dubai World Cup was impossible. Holly Songbird, who did a lot of damage here at the Spa from the coaching club American Oaks in this Tour de Force in the Grade 1 Alabama.
Yeah, and you see Mike Smith on both of these horses had a lot to do with Songbird as well. And it seemed like Mike always got along with a lot of the great mares and fillies in this sport. You could just name, gosh, so many of them that Mike rode. But pretty good record. But the man to the right of me got him once when that second place finish when Beholder beat her. But, you know, Gary, you talk about Songbird, that she just had a lot of grit and heart like Beholder.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would ask me what the best part of today was at the ceremony. Prior to the ceremony, we were all just meeting and greeting old friends we hadn't seen for a long time. The connections of Songbird actually asked me if I wanted to sit with them. And I said, I would love to. I can't believe you're asking me. I'm honored, but I've got a place I've got to sit. So that was pretty cool.
So they've gotten over it.
Evidently.
Like it took a few years, but they've gotten over it. A class gesture. And then the Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner, the California bred in California Chrome. He was so good, Gary, accelerating around the turns. That's where he would win his race. And here with Victor Espinosa, California Chrome, leaving the rest in the wake of a stellar performance on the first Saturday in May.
I found out just how good he was with the great Philly Hall of Famer Beholder, who we were just talking about. She had won the Pacific Classic the year before. We tried to do it back-to-back years. I moved up alongside of him, and he did to Beholder what Beholder had done to the boys the next year. I looked over, and Victor just went, boom. He went in the fourth gear, then fifth gear, and I just kind of waved goodbye. That's how good he was.
It was a good story, too. He became Los Alamitos' horse, right?
Yeah.
You know, a little old racetrack that everybody's associated with quarter horses and stuff like that. Here comes California Chrome and Art Sherman. Art Sherman was the best.
He won his last race at Los Alamitos.
Yeah, crazy.
Congratulations to all the newest members of Racing's Hall of Fame. We have Racing to 10-2, $10,000 claimers here, and we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by with this Race 3 paddock report. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte, and though this is a claiming race, I think a pretty interesting group, and Linda Rice does send out two. Taking a look first at the horse that's been taking the early money, the number 4, Bourbon's Hope. And this is a horse that we saw winning his last 2 races and kind of going pretty quickly through his conditions, and will try to pick up yet another win. The problem is with horses at this level and when they're winning is each time they get a victory, they have to step up and face tougher in their subsequent starts. So he does have to face tougher once again today. A horse that broke very sharply, was able to sit in a stalking spot last time. He does have a sway back. Horses that kind of have that dip in their back and certainly doesn't inhibit them from racing. And sometimes you see people have a few kind of special pads or whatever's necessary. And he seems to be handling all of the tack and everything just fine as always. He makes sense in this spot. 2 is outside the 5 print track. We'll see if he can sustain the speed as he comes back, making his second start of the meet already. 2 back in his first start for Pat Quick. He had not worn the blinkers that he had last time and has on today, an extension blinker. The right eye is fully covered. For a horse that, as you saw, 2 back, bore out pretty significantly. He has that early speed. He has a lot of equipment on his face, just as he did last time. The speed is the name of his game, but he has to try and keep a straight course. And finally, the 2, Money Mike. This is a horse taking a drop in class, very long in his body. I could see why they tried him going longer, but he's a sprinter. He looks fit. This is the right spot for him, Lafitte.
Money Mike, Tyler Gaffleone. Take another look in the post parade. We start with Risk Profile, claimed from Rudy Rodriguez by Linda Rice.
Yeah, look, I mean, any horses that are moving into Linda's barn and the run she's been on need to get a little bit of added attention.
Acacia liked what she saw from Money Mike, pictured.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a hunch play, considering we showed Mike Smith on 2 horses in the Hall of Fame, and I'm pretty sure that was his nickname, Money Mike. It still is.
Zert's 29th career start, Saratoga debut.
Yeah, this horse has some tactical speed, at least has shown it a few times. I think the cut back from the 6.5 could help.
Bourbon's Hope, the favorite, 2nd at 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, a horse that's in good form and by exaggerator. And again, Jonathan and I are kind of in the same boat when it comes to, you know, if a horse likes the mud a lot, but these exaggerators usually love the mud.
Print Rack, as Acacia mentioned, he can be hard to handle.
Yeah, he comes back off a 12 days rest. Let's see if he can find that a little bit of an improvement off of his last race.
Charlie 5-0 spun his wheels opening week, blinkers off, class drop.
Yeah, claimed for 25. They bumped him here, like you said, Lafitte, didn't run well. Now complete drop to 10 and the blinkers come off.
Turns and conditions number 7, 3rd on a sloppy track at Aqueduct at 28-1.
Yeah, claimed for 25,000, ran protected in starter allowance, and back-to-back starts now in for the 10.
Dr. J in the saddle. Franco looking to go back-to-back, striking speed, 0 for 6 on wet tracks.
You know, he's gotten a little bit better out of the gate. He used to have some gate issues, and he's shown a little bit more speed. He's a son of Brilliant Speed, who like to go a little bit long, but maybe not today. But you're getting 9-1. He's the 2nd longest shot on the board with Joel.
Tom Albatrani, Brilliant Speed?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Nice horse. Field for the 3rd coming up here in 6 minutes. At Saratoga, Gary?
Correction here on his nickname, on Mike's nickname. It's Big Money Mike.
Oh, it's Big Money Mike.
Yeah, Baffert tagged him with that one.
I did.
Big Money Mike.
I mean, he's like 6'2".
Well, I've always wanted this, Gary, because, like, you know, the harness drivers, the White Knight. Well, how come you guys never had nicknames? How come, like, the jockey, you know, Brian Sears is the White Knight, George Brennan's the Ministers, whatever they are, Minister of Speed. How come you guys never had nicknames?
Julio Canani, who John Ortiz portrayed in the movie Luck, did a great job.
Awesome.
But Peruvian gentleman that was one of the best horse trainers that I ever rode for.
Yeah.
Crafty, shifty. He nicknamed, everybody had a nickname. And Gary Young, our good friend, he has nicknames for everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. we'll leave it at that.
You had Toro, you had the Bull. My old man was a
Bull.
pirate.
His dad, pirate.
Pirate?
He's got a skull and crossbone tattoo.
Really?
Had to cover, it was to cover something up, but he's got a skull and crossbone tattoo.
I think you should get one as well to honor your father, but That's just my thought.
Well, so my dad had that DVD, that Lafitte Pinkai All About Winning. I have Lafitte Pinkai All About Whining. That did very, very well and aptly named.
I love when Lafitte talks about his father and he used to get mad. Gosh dang it, Dad, why'd you let him up the rail? You were like the Sunday quarterback when your dad was riding the race. It had to be fun to watch your dad ride. No?
To ask, yeah, I mean, he's a lot more laid back about those kind of things now. I can ask him about the 2000 Wood Memorial and Buddha coming through on the inside, or not taking them out on Charismatic in the Kentucky Derby in 1999. Back to the task at hand and going way off on a tangent, but there is Bourbon's Hope, who is the favorite at 5-2, and JK coming off an easy win. This was late May here at Belmont, and Bourbon's Hope stalking the leaders here and drawing off nicely.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of the way you would expect it. It was right in the midst of that really great run that Linda had at Belmont to get a title there. You know, when people talk about with Linda's success that she had at Belmont, I think a lot of people thought maybe she would have run out of conditions. What we mean by that is that Bourbon Hope last time got to run against non-winners of 3 lifetime. She, you know, hadn't won 3 races, qualified for that condition. But now that he won, he's not eligible for those non-winners of 3 anymore. Now he's got to run in open company, so you got to think the waters are just a little bit deeper, and that's what we say when we say, you know, kind of ran through their conditions, has to run in harder spots now.
And Acacia, you're going with turns and conditions on this big drop.
Right, Lafitte. I'm going to prefer in this spot a horse that's taking a drop in class versus one that's trying to step up. I absolutely respect kind of the now horse in your favorite with the number 4, Bourbon's Hope. But as JK was just touching on, having to step up and here, and with this horse, turns and condition, has been facing significantly tougher recently. Claim for $25,000. I know going back to 10 is what you never love to see, but I just think they're being realistic with this horse. He also had a really bad start last time out. He was a little bit antsy in the gate and then got kind of squeezed on either side that resulted in a pretty significant stumble, but he warmed up well. I think this is a good spot for him, and like I said, I just prefer to take a horse that was dropping in class versus this competition. And by the way, back to the nicknames conversation, I do think that we should have more nicknames in thoroughbred racing. My personal favorite in harness racing is driver David Miller, who's known as Purple Jesus.
Mic drop. Purple Jesus.
Yeah, that is a mic drop.
That
Purple
is strong.
Jesus? That is really strong. What has Dexter done?
He's got to have long hair, right?
Purple Jesus.
He's better.
By the way, the 4 Bourbon's Hope. Okay. I want to ask, do you sit on a horse for $10,000 since May?
So
that could be your worry a little
there's
bit?
the rub.
Is that the worry?
There's the rub. Yeah.
I mean, you know, so at 5-2, I get it. I use this horse. I do like the 7 a little bit. But when you have some of these horses that are coming off a layoff that have been in this condition already, I'm wondering, okay, you know, like the 2's dropping. I can understand the layoffs there on the horses that are dropping. But the 4 kind of worries me that the horse hasn't run since May, considering, you know, he was in for 14 and 15 and now is in for 10. But you know, it might be something where Linda needed to get him right.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, if you get in the claiming game, you get a win, suddenly you can pay some bills a little bit. You can hang around for a little while. You can tell your owners, hey, let's give him a little break, and then we'll run him for 10 at Saratoga, get your picture taken. The horse was entered on July 19th, but scratched. So, you know, I think they tried to probably run a little bit earlier. It just didn't work out. So I completely see your point. It is a little bit suspicious, but for someone like Linda who's had the success that she's had, you think that conversation to her owner, hey, we're gonna wait and point towards Saratoga where they're claiming everything. They'll take this horse for 10, and we'll have back-to-back wins, and we'll go find us another one next week.
Favorite at 5-2. You like our new nickname for Katie Davis, the Smiling Assassin.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I'm very proud of Perry straight out of Compton. That's my personal favorite.
Purple Jesus? That's going to be in my mind all night.
We have Standardwood Racing tomorrow. The Hamiltonian from the Big M, along with all the stakes racing here at Saratoga on Fox. Frank Mirmati with the call, race 3, live from the Spa.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Money Mike and Bourbon's Hope. Bourbon's Hope to the front. Risk Profile along the inside is a close-up third. Now taking second. Charlie 5-0 is in the mix in the early stages, as is Print Track, who moves up to engage Bourbon's Hope. So it's Bourbon's Hope just in front. Print Track second. Charlie 5-0 a 3-wide third. Down at the rail, Risk Profile with Money Mike racing fifth past the half-mile pole. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat. And then it's a gap to the next flight. Striking speed, racing on the outside of Zerts and turns and conditions is the distant trailer. The battle continues on the front end as the field approaches the quarter pole. And it is Print Track racing in between horses. Bourbon's Hope at the rail. Charlie 5-0 just outside of them. Risk Profile is in fourth. Bourbon's Hope digs in along the inside as they come toward the eighth pole, leading it by a neck. Print Track fights on. On the outside, here's Risk Profile, and Risk Profile has taken command coming to the 16th pole and starts to pull away under Jose Lezcano. Risk Profile clearly best through the stretch, really digging in to win it by 3.5. Print Track was second. Third went to Bourbon's Hope, and then it was Money Mike.
All right, so it didn't work out for Bourbon's Hope, but it worked out nicely for Linda Rice and Risk Profile. First after the claim, Jose Lezcano, Risk Profile in the third of 11 at Saratoga.
Yeah, and you know what I love about this? These are $10,000 horses. They are trying as hard as your stake horses are.
Absolutely.
Just because they're running for 10 doesn't mean they can't run. 3 horses laying it down through the stretch. Looks like Bourbon Hope. He had a perfect trip down inside. This track might be playing a little off down inside, but hey, look, the other Linda Rice comes barreling down the track.
And you know, Lafitte, we talked about the Ford, and Paulie mentioned, you know, kind of sitting on this horse since May, a claimer like this. I thought the horse actually ran fine, just deeper waters, right? Non-winners of 3 last time, open company this time. I think the horse ran fine, just deeper waters.
A good claim by Linda. Listen, she claimed this horse for 20. They dropped for 10, and it's all part of the game, right? And Jose Lezcano gave this horse a perfect ride. He was sitting in a great spot right behind the speed, swung out 3 or 4 wide, and just got the job done in here. And again, you know, Gary's been talking about Jamie Torres, and this kid can ride, and he keeps on. He closed out the card yesterday with a long shot, and he rode this 5-horse with a nice little ride here again to run second.
And not an easy horse to ride, Gary. As Acacia touched on all the headgear and the extension blinker and how he bore out 2 starts back, he was able to keep it together and put forth a solid effort to complete the exacta.
Yeah, I love everything I'm seeing about this kid. He's got great hands. I rode a horse the other day that supposedly, well, he had bolted the race before he rode him. There was no equipment change that day or anything. He got on him, didn't get in a fight with the horse, stayed right on the rail the entire trip, and the horse actually ran different. But Torres, he's going some places. I think he doesn't have his apprenticeship much longer, but he doesn't need it.
Linda Rice, winning trainer. Jose Lezcano, one of the most underrated riders in the country. This guy, he wins a race, and we're still talking about other jockeys. Still talking about other jockeys. 1-5-4-2 here in race number 3 at Saratoga. We'll have those results when we come back. You two are stepping aside momentarily.
I'm running a Shake Shack.
For that.
We have to leave for a Hall of Famer. You believe this?
I mean, if you're going to have to, if you're going to get booted off the show, it might as well be for a Hall of Famer, a newly inducted Hall of Famer. C-Knock. Corey Nakatani joining the show. That's coming up next. So our coverage continues on Hall of Fame Friday on the eve of the Whitney on Saratoga Live. Stick around.
All right, boys.
Reached the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Mo Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include Braided Stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist.
It's Therapist who's up by 1.5 lengths. Therapist wins the United Nations Stakes.
In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 3 in the books, and it was Risk Profile with the win as winning trainer Linda Rice joins me here. And Linda, this is a horse that was first off the claim for you, but one that you've had previously. I always pay close attention when you reclaim one. Can you tell me about going back in for a horse like this?
Yes, I had claimed this horse a long time ago, and I was always very fond of him. He's a fun horse to train. He enjoys training. He's by Into Mischief, who I love. And I think I may have had him 3 times now. But the day I claimed him, he ran very poorly, and it was disappointing, so I put him in a place where he could win.
When you have a familiarity with a horse and horses kind of around this level, it's kind of, you want the ones, right, that take care of themselves, that are easy, like you said, to train and handle themselves race by race.
Yes, you know, oftentimes if you get a horse that you're really struggling with to handle or to train, you shy away from taking them back.
But Risk Profile gets the win today. Nice effort closing outside, too.
Yeah, actually, Lascano kept him close enough to a fast pace. My other horse was involved in the fast pace and weakened late, but I was so happy because, you know, Jose's such a professional. I kept him close enough to be able to get the job done.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia.
Lafitte, always pay attention when trainers go back in for the reclaim.
The reclaim working to perfection. Risk Profile, Linda Rice. What a start. First 3 weeks of the meet here. Slugfest atop the trainer standings. Chad Brown right there, Todd Pletcher, and Gary 11-20 with Jose Lascano in the saddle.
All the money was coming in on Bourbon's Hope and Ortiz, and looky there. Nice payoff. Muddy day, anything can happen.
11-20 in the third. Meantime, we're now joined by a Hall of Famer. Corey Nakatani on the set. Corey, how does that sound when you hear it? Hall of Fame jockey, Corey Nakatani.
It's just amazing. And, you know, I think what it does, it brings back a lot of memories that, you know, sleeping in a tack room, taking care of horses, working for Roger Stein to, you know, sitting next to this guy in the Hall of Fame, Gary Stevens, and, you know, Lafitte Pencaille, my idol. Learning from them, you know, got me to this point. So there's a lot of kudos to a lot of guys out there, you know, from the grooms, the hot walkers, your agents. He was my agent, too, at one point. So there's, you know, Bob Meldal, you know, Nick Casado. When I was riding Lava Man at the time, Nick was my agent. Steve Adika when I came to New York, and the last time I came here, Anderson, or Buckethead, right?
Buckethead.
Buckethead.
Speaking
Buckethead
of nicknames on the show earlier.
Little Lava Man action going there.
I tell you what, he was a horse that had so much heart, and the stay that he had in him was his best asset. Where, you know, you watch races and you'll see what separated him was the length of his stride. Like I would always move early on him. I figured it favored him because if I waited for the closers, it took his best asset away. So that's the way I started riding him, and fortunately for me and him, it worked out.
Have you been in the Hall of Fame, into the actual Hall of Fame? Walked in there and toured it before?
I actually didn't go because the first time I was on the list to go, right? I said, I felt, you know, because you obviously called me, say, hey, you're going to get in the Hall of Fame this year. And, you know, I had Fernando Toro call me, and I had, you know, Don Pierce call me, Lafitte call me, your dad, and say, hey, you're going to get in the Hall of Fame this year. You know, that's like Kent DeSormo, obviously. And I'm like, I was so disappointed. I said, I'm not going to go in there until I get in. So I get to go in there today.
Well, now you can go look at Lava Man's plaque, all of the horses that you rode that you helped put in the Hall of Fame. You can enjoy that. It is the best Hall of Fame. Sports Hall of Fame. They've worked so hard for it. It's completely completed now. All the renovations, updates, and everything. You're going to love it tonight.
Corey, because you had to wait as long as you did, that's an entirely separate conversation. Is there a sense of added appreciation now that it's actually come to fruition that you are a Hall of Fame member?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. You know, I still idolize these guys. I still idolize Gary, you know, Angel Cordero, Lafitte. There's in my eyes, it's like when you're growing up as a kid, you know, you like I idolize Ron Say, Reggie Jackson, and, you know, Dan Marino and John Elway, you know, and these guys are like, they're just amazing at what they do, their craft, right? So when I was able to go ride and ride against them, let alone like these are guys that you idolize, it's like so real. But being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and you obviously got to thank the board and the members that obviously voted me in. But I know there's a lot of guys behind the scenes. And, you know, I know Gary. I guarantee that McCarron, Sandy Hawley, all these guys were, you know, putting their best foot forward to make sure that it happened. And
you had
and I very, very much appreciate their help.
Yeah, had to appreciate this public outcry from many, you know, influential individuals in the sport of thoroughbred racing not understanding that in itself. Yes, the frustration of not getting into the Hall of Fame, but having that much support saying, hey, like, this guy belongs, that had to feel great.
Well, ask Gary. You know, I was probably one of the fiercest competitors out there.
Yeah, look, I rode with all of us, and you're not alone in having idols. Because this morning, the coolest thing for me was standing up there when they introduced us all. Every Hall of Fame member coming by, shaking. We shook each other's hands, lined up, and seeing you sit in the front row and knowing that you were going to be joining today, and you'll be stood up there every time you come for a Hall of Fame induction from now till the end of time, your time, that you'll be presented in the same way.
Well, I tell you, it's just, like I said, it's a great honor. And I always have to thank my wife, Lisa, and all my kids. Matt, he was my agent at the end, to give him a stepping stone to you know, obviously now he represents Rispoli and Mario, and to see that the impression that I gave him as you know, me just working every day and the work ethic I put into it, to see the work ethic that my son's putting into it now, it makes you really proud. And like I said, you know, getting into the Hall of Fame was like, it's so real. Like you don't realize, like, okay, you're a kid and you're doing these things and you're out there fighting for your life against all these Hall of Famers. You just keep naming them and you're like, shit, it's McCarron, Stevens, you know, Delahousie, Lafitte, DeSormo, Solis, and you're like, hey, when am I going to get an opportunity here, you know? And fortunately, you know, I did work a lot of horses, and I got on at the right time. I was able to get a few key horses, and like It's All Greek to Me, Serena Song, and then obviously breaking into the Breeders' Cup with Janine Sahadi. You know, she had a faith in me that was no other. Like, I would tell her a horse was ready. Like, I remember Julio, he comes over to me and he goes, what the hell are you doing? And I was like, and I tell him, you want to win? You know, because I worked Elmhurst in 33 3/8 of a mile before the Breeders' Cup at Hollywood Park, and I worked them that fast, and I just came back. She goes, oh, okay. Janine says, yeah, okay, great. You know, and Julio was all cussing me. And I was like, you know, it's one of those things where as a rider, when you're working a horse and you feel what they needed, and all I did was, like, I used to hide the horses by working them in the middle of the track. And then when all I did is I never changed the work. All I did is move to the 3-path. And the horse goes from working in like 35 and change, or 5/8 of a mile and 59 and change. You know, I moved from the 6-hole to go 101 to the 3-hole to go 59. And I was like, and I didn't change the work. So that's the way I hid the horses. And I think a lot of people caught on, like Gary the Clocker, our boy Gary. And, you know, there's a lot of people that go in to making it to the Hall of Fame. You know, not only to support your family, like I said, but the grooms, your agent, the racetrack itself, by all the opportunities you're going to get, the owners. We can't do it without the fans. You know, those are all the people that I have to thank for not only being big supporters, but at the end of the day, we made it.
I would imagine there's so much reflecting that takes place. Is there one race, one horse, one moment during the course of your career?
I got beat. It was It's All Greek to Me getting beat in the
90 mile by Lester Piggott and Royal Academy.
Yes, sir. That was my goal since that happened, that I got beat. It was a burning desire in me, like, those are the races that I want to win. Those are the type of horses that I want to ride. So I've always worked on, like, getting on 2-year-olds. Like, he rode Serena Song the first time as a 2-year-old, and I think she stumbled really bad. And Gary comes back, and he didn't ride her. And I was like, so then Wayne asked me to ride her. He goes, Gary don't want to ride her. So I was like, I'll ride her. You know, I was a young kid. Like, I want a chance to ride for anybody, right? So fortunately, she got good. And, you know, I think she won like 7 in a row going up to the Oaks, right? And then Gary's riding in Hong Kong. And I was working Thunder Gulch. and I ride him Thunder Gulch in the Hollywood fraternity, and he gets beat by Afternoon Delights. And I said, Wayne, I says, the first Saturday in May, this horse will not lose. I'm telling you right now. I mean, we're 20 lengths behind him. He sets a track record at Afternoon Delights. Kent's on him, and he ended up beating us maybe by like 6 or 7 lengths. But I was so far back, I was like, I mean, we couldn't catch him, right? Make a long story short, he gets on him in the Derby, wins the Derby. I had to ride Serena's Song in the Derby because Wild Sin they felt was the horse that was going to be the one to beat. And Timber Country, Wayne loved him. Couldn't lose the race. And then Thunder Gulch, I was just, even though I didn't win the race, I was so happy that Gary won the race on Thunder Gulch because I had this feeling about that horse. He was like a real little dude, like 15-1 maybe. And he was that little train that could, and I loved that.
A story in itself, how Gary Stevens got the mount on Thunder Gulch. Corey, thanks so much for spending the time. Congratulations, my father.
Thank you.
Very, very happy and proud.
And by the way,
I
didn't get the story that this one here, he was in trouble and I had to get him out of a lot of parking tickets.
Yeah, we got to go. We got to go to break. Hall of Famer Corey Nakatani joining us on Saratoga Live. Great stuff. Great stuff, Corey. Thanks so much for stopping by. The racing continues when we come back. Much more from the spa.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Herman, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
So first we have War Dancer.
Whether showing off on his hind legs during the Stallion Show conducted by Irish Hill Century Farm and Duchess Views Farm, or even being groomed, War Dancer always seems to know he's a star.
Yes, he's a very precocious horse. He likes to play and be in your business, wants to know what's going on. Very smart.
War Dancer entered stud on a wave of notoriety based on the bold advertising campaign launched by owners Robin and Tony Malatino. Robin labeled him America's most eligible stud and featured him offering roses to mayors in a deliberate salute to the popular TV show. The videos have been viewed 1.5 million times, so even critics had to admit the ad campaign worked. As War Dancer welcomed 110 mayors to his court in his very first year. Most of the foals look like a chip off the old block, as with this foal out of the mare, Chub off the old block.
The attributes that he puts in his foals are, they're very rambunctious. They really like to get out there and play hard. And I think that progresses with them as they turn into racehorses.
The nearly $433,000 earned by Dancing Buck are included in the more than $5 million tallied up by war dancer progeny. So now, America's most eligible bachelor has matured into one of New York's most reliable stallions.
I always thought that he had a good shot to be a good sire, and he's proven that.
We love those New York breds. You can check out nybreds.com for more information, as we have New York breds in the spotlight in this upcoming 4th race. A meeting claiming for $40,000 is off the turf here. And so we'll take a look at a couple of horses who have some dirt form, starting off with the number 5, Jessica's Ride, who's actually only ever been on the dirt for Mark Hennick and does take what appears to be a needed drop in class. Was off slow last time out, last by several lengths, and kind of came on a little bit for 4th, but finishing the race behind Ichiban, who would come back to win her next 2, both up here at the Spa, and just facing much better company than what she faces today. Did show a little bit of life, certainly in her debut as well. And Katie Davis will be aboard, as both Katie, Jackie, and Dylan all represented in this race, which is always fun to see. Taking a look at the number 1, Cara Para, this one has actually some decent races on the main track too, though I do think she is more of a turf horse overall. Her last dirt race was not bad. She actually ran on a little bit late in the stretch in that effort to finish 3rd, and she too just has some decent dirt form as well. She's very fit coming in here for Jimmy Ryerson. Like I said, I think she's better on the turf overall, but she's shown she can handle this surface. Now, to the outside, the number 16, Embraceable Gal, is the lone main track only runner in here, and Dylan Davis does pick up the mount on this one. And she comes back after running opening week up here at the Spa, and she ran behind the aforementioned Ichiban and just didn't look 100% fit that day. She's a really big-bodied daughter of Midnight Loot, and she does look a little bit more tucked up. She's also a bit more alert and brighter, sharper here in the paddock. She hesitated a little bit from the rail last time out and just never really picked up her feet after that. But we'll see if she can improve second out. At least one thing we know for sure is she was meant to run on this surface, Lafitte.
All right, so the right footing, Embraceable Gal, Dylan Davis, the Davis siblings, all riding in this one. As Acacia mentioned, off the turf on the main track, New York breds, out of the Wilson chute. There's Luis Saez. And a reminder about the $1 million bonus in the late pick 5. All you have to do is play the late pick 5 on Naira Bets, hit the late pick 5 on Naira Bets. If you're the only one, just like that, $1 million bonus. Why else would you play? Why would you play the late pick 5 anywhere else? Post-bred race 4, Cara Para, pictured in Jose Lezcano, looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, extremely wide last time on the turf. Not so much in terms of good numbers on the dirt.
Not so much. Out of the cloud, Jackie Davis, Finger Lakes Invader.
Yeah, and drops down in class to the 40, but, you know, the maiden special weight races over there. She did run against the boys when going around 2 turns. Big long shot.
Jessica's Ride, Katie Davis, best race to date, debut on a sloppy track.
I'm rooting for Katie to get another win. I will say this, though. This horse is a little bit over bet, but the most likely winner.
Spurs drops in class. Luis Saez takes over.
I thought a sneaky horse, considering the Bond horses usually run very well up here, and you get Luis Saez aboard.
Jayla is out. The 7 is out. And we'll see number 9, Striking Melody. It's been a struggle to this point. Omar Hernandez Moreno, there she is. There's Omar. He takes the call.
Now, I will say this, and I looked through her past performances. It's nothing but nonsense. Nothing that I want to bet off of. But when horses like this make changes, blinkers on, adding Lasix, maybe it's just the recipe that helps this situation.
31-1. Jannie Mae, first race on the main track since October of 21.
Speed towards the outside. This horse has been running on the turf. There's really not a lot of dirt to lean on, but speed, Kendrick, outside draw, sloppy racetrack. I can get into it.
Some angles to work with. Follow the Fed. Not much in 3 races on wet tracks.
No, gets back on the dirt after 3 turf starts. Does get a little weight off with Jamie Torres carrying the 113 pounds.
Stone of Destiny, first race on a main track. Rat Ortiz takes over.
One of the funniest things that you can do to horse players is say Destin. Okay? Destin. The sire of this horse. It makes a lot of people very frustrated.
Is it, and while you look at Embraceable Gal at 10-1, Dylan Davis, again, the Davis siblings, is it What would have Destin done in the Derby had he had a race in between the Tampa Bay Derby and the Kentucky Derby, or that loss to Creator and one of the greatest rides in the Belmont ever by Irad Ortiz, a loss by a flared nostril?
Well, I'll say this. I'm not going to ever doubt or second guess Todd Pletcher.
Amen.
I trust that he made the right decision in that situation, and maybe he just wasn't ready on that day. And I will say that there's one person in particular I know does not have a hard time hearing the word Destin. That's Bobby Flay, who bought into Creator prior to that.
Yep.
And that horse, Creator, won the Belmont Stakes.
One of the greatest rides you will ever see in a Belmont Stakes.
And
Like
it was his
there's
first
Gary's
Belmont, right?
Victory Gallop. That was Irad's first Belmont Stakes,
Stakes,
because I can't remember his second.
Was it Mo Donegal?
Mo Donegal, so the first. But one of the, every right move. Every right move. Back to the Davis siblings and Katie Davis, and what a week to wait and ride at Saratoga and not get a first win, Gary. And then last week, all of a sudden, like bang, 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 3 straight in consecutive days, all starting with River Tay, 2160. There's the smiling assassin, Katie Davis, looking to build on her success thus far here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and the reason that we call her this, or you nicknamed her the Smiling Assassin, is she beat her brother last week, she beat her sister last week, and she beat her husband, Trevor McCarthy, last week.
That's just cruel. That's just wrong. Cold-blooded.
And look, the other day on air, I said that, she's had 3 wins last weekend. And I said that I think Katie would probably be happy to know coming into Saratoga that she was going to get 3 wins in general. And I don't mean that. I didn't mean that in an insulting way. And someone who's such a class act, I know they're not going to be offended. But the winningest rider at Saratoga ever, John Velasquez, he has 3 wins. So the fact that she has 3 wins, I think she'd be very proud of where she is so far through this meet.
Just lends perspective to how hard it is to win here, Paulie. Can she get another win aboard Jessica's ride number 5, who is the favorite at 2-1?
Yeah, most definitely. And I get it. All of us are on this horse because, usually in these type of races off the turf, your main track onlys that are entered in here have some dirt form. The only main track onlyers is 16, who Dylan gets on. The horse was 10 out of 10. In the 7 furlong, I get it. It was a maiden special weight race. Now drops. I think you're going to see the best of her today. But she's 10-1, so not many times the main track only is a 10-1 shot. Let's be honest.
I'll tell you another thing.
You're all on the 5.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Here's the deal: if she hadn't, and be fair about that, if she hadn't won those 3 races last week, we might have I still would have picked Jessica's ride because she's live, but she wouldn't have been 2-1. You would have got a better price.
It's a good point.
Than this. Right, it's a good point. That, but I'll also say this too. I think it goes a long way to say how good of a rider that Katie is, that I wasn't swayed. A lot of times you look down and you like a horse, you're like, oh, geez, I got this person riding, and then you change your pick. And it didn't influence any of us because she's extremely capable. She's a very good rider.
Yeah, Acacia, I thought it might go the other way. With Jessica's ride, 6-1 morning line, I thought she might drift up. Number 6, Spurs, from that 5-1 morning line with the class drop and Luis Saez taking over. I thought there'd be a short. It's up there at 7-1 if you like her.
She's a generous price, Lafitte, and maybe since all of us are on the 5 Jessica's ride, you may want to look for an alternative. But as far as Spurs is concerned, did debut on the dirt and had a terrible beginning that day. I actually thought that it was a little bit more of a leap up versus a lunge at the start, but she was totally taken out at the beginning. And then last time out, she kind of did a little bit of the same thing. She doesn't get out of the gate well. Now, you do see that she wears a hood, so her ears are covered. Sometimes there's even cotton in a horse's ears underneath that hood. Horses are so reactive to sound in particular, and a hood with covering the ears will help to muffle out the sound and keep a horse a little bit more relaxed. And she has those shortcut blinkers over that as well. So equipment to kind of keep her focused and keep her a little bit more settled. And I'm wondering if that's in large part because she's a bit of a distracted type, and she's worn that hood, I think, in all 3 of her races from what I could tell from the replays so far. We'll see if she can get out of the gate better today. That will be the key, but certainly don't mind her getting on to the main track. The number 11, Jenny May. Now, she's actually taking some money at 4-1. I know she started out on the dirt. She's much more of a turf horse. Yes, she has speed, but hasn't she kind of had enough chances at this point too? And I feel like if Michelle Nevin felt that she could have an opportunity on the turf, given how I'm sure she's been frustrating with trying to get her to break her maiden and finishing in the money 3 times, 12 starts already. She would have tried her on the dirt a couple times already. We'll see. Maybe she's just going to be quick out of there early, but I wanted to take find an alternative approach for a horse that I think is being a bit more off turf form. Lafitte?
October 21, her last start on the main track, Jannie May. Kendrick Carmouche 4-1, JK. Yeah, she, it's been a long time, and she didn't do much running in the slop the last time she was on a main track, a wet track.
Yeah, but she has an edge in here. At least it's a perceived edge where she's tactically faster than the rest of these horses, and she has a rider who's not going to get in her way, who will send her away from there. My biggest concern is, well, I guess it's a question more or less to Gary. Speed on the turf, does it equate to speed on the dirt?
Not necessarily, but I'm going to tell you something that I learned from the great Bobby Frankel when I was riding first call for him at one time. He wasn't afraid to run a turf horse on an off track, on a wet track, a muddy track, or a sloppy track. And my feeling, not just my feeling, it's been proven, turf horses can adapt, a majority of them. Well, not a majority of them. A certain type of horse can adapt to the mud, and it doesn't influence it. It doesn't knock any of their turf form off like when they go to a fast turf surface or dirt surface, if that makes sense.
Race shape?
Wow.
What are we looking for early?
I don't know. The 16 who did not run a step first time, the main track only horse, I don't know where it's going to come. But, JK makes a good point about the 11, because if Jannie May shows that same speed, she's going to be one they're probably going to be chasing.
Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle, pedal to the metal. We'll see.
He never goes to the front.
Never. Very shy about these things. Not aggressive in the least. Post time for these New York bred maidens. Who's going to graduate out of the Wilson chute? Katie Davis looking for that 5th win of the meet on the favorite, number 5, Jessica's Ride. Frank Mirmati standing by with the call, the 4th live from Saratoga.
Thank you, Lafitte. We're waiting on Spurs in the blue silks of the Bond Racing stable. Stone of Destiny, one from the outside. And Embraceable Gal, walking up and going in. A little bit of movement from Spurs. They're in the gate. Any second. And they're off. Out of the Cloud is out quickly. Carapara is asked for early. Speed 2 in the early going. These two are vying with Jannie May, and so it's Jannie May and Carapara who go on with it. Follow the Fed has now moved into 3rd as they make their way onto the backstretch. A 3-wide Jannie May. Stone of Destiny is now racing about 2.5 or 3 lengths off the lead, as Jannie May is the leader by 1.5 lengths. Embraceable Gal moves up to take 2nd. Carapara is in 3rd, and Follow the Fed running in 4th. Then comes the gray Stone of Destiny 5th at this point. Spurs is next. Out of the Cloud losing ground. Striking Melody is right next to her. And down at the rail, Jessica's Ride has asked for a little bit more. It's 24-3 for the opening quarter mile with Jannie May the boss. Embraceable Gal on the outside in 2nd. Carapara 2 lengths off the pace in 3rd. Stone of Destiny advancing in 4th. Now just 3 lengths off the lead and very much in striking range. There goes Stone of Destiny after the top pair. From the back of the field, Jessica's Ride has surfaced, has 6 lengths to make up with 1/4 mile to go. Jannie May, Stone of Destiny, very confidently handled on the outside. Coming to battle for the lead is Carapara as well. Stone of Destiny flattens out pretty badly. Jessica's Ride continues a nice rally up the fence, has to get to Carapara. Carapara 2-length lead. Jessica's Ride along the inside, second, closing steadily. Carapara a length. Jessica's Ride is second. It's going to be Carapara. Carapara wins it by a length and a half. Jessica's Ride clearly second best. Then it was Jenny May in third, and Follow the Fed was fourth.
Driving finish, Carapara, Jose Lezcano, back-to-back victories on the Friday program. She graduates in her 12th career start. Jessica's Ride and Katie Davis having to settle for a second-place finish.
Yeah, Carapara ridden with purpose, leaving the gate from Jose, and gave her a great trip. In the meantime, back behind, I was watching down the backside when we were showing that head-on shot, and she was right on top of the fence and actually rode a great race to finish second on Jessica's Ride. But lots of credit to Jose Lezcano, who's kind of sneakily having a really good meet here right now.
Sneakily having a really good career.
Yeah, sneakily,
right?
yes. Is there a better way to say it?
No, he's just underrated, great turf rider,
Yes,
does
he
it all.
is.
He's had a lot of spills. He's missed a lot of time through no fault of his own. Bad, wrong place, wrong time, but a top rider.
Top class rider, for sure.
Look, I just want to tell you, I have no problem making up words. Sneakily, if it's not a word, it should be one, because it makes sense sneakily.
I'm with you. Jose
The act of
Lezcano
being sneaky is what I just
Jose
looked it up.
Lezcano is. I want to compare him to somebody, Lafitte, because I know you're such a. You know who Jose Lezcano is? He's Jim Tomei. Somebody like that just gets disrespected, got in the Hall of Fame.
That's not bad.
And let's not forget Jose. I consider him one of the top 5 turf riders. And,
yes.
and he wins on dirt.
Yes.
He's just so consistent every year. You never see him on the bottom of the list. You kind of never see him on the top of the list because he's not really riding for the top connections. He's always right there, so consistent.
And everywhere he goes. During the wintertime,
yep.
And you can count on him.
Yep.
You can count on Gary Stevens. Sneakily, I Googled
the act of being sneaky.
It came up. It says, yeah, in a furtive or sly way. Whatever. I don't even know what furtive is. Now I got to Google furtive.
We need a thesaurus on the set.
We need a lot of things on this set. Like Corey Nakatani trying to sneakily throw me under the bus.
Yeah,
before we had to say goodbye.
You went to commercial, right, when the moment was coming for Papa. The pirate was listening.
I got a lot of parking tickets, all right? I got a lot of parking tickets when I was a kid that I didn't pay for, that my dad had to pay for.
Well, I have a theory about parking
that's
tickets.
The thesis.
I have a theory about parking tickets.
Yeah.
If you continuously park illegal and only get caught once, you end up in the same position because you're going to pay the fine, but you didn't have to pay all the other times.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
That's what I said to the judge.
Sneakily.
That's what I said to the judge.
Sneakily parking.
My school didn't have a parking lot. What do you want from me? And I was always late. My
Makes
story,
sense to me.
and I'm sticking to it. And Jose Lezcano still underrated, sneakily.
Lafitte the
1-5, 11, 12 in the 4th at Saratoga. We still have 7 races left. Good God. Take a deep breath. Welcome in a new audience as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Good crowd on the eve of the Whitney. We have new viewers joining us on this Friday program at Saratoga. A big Friday afternoon, the Hall of Fame induction. Earlier today, we already had a Hall of Famer on the set, and Corey Nakatani. We still have 7 races left. He's Jonathan Kinchin, Paula Duca, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and all the rain overnight. There was a lot of it. The good news is we still have the 2 stakes races, Gary, that are on grass, as long as it doesn't rain any further. The Hall of Fame and the Saratoga Oaks, of course, how these races are impacted because of the yielding soft turf course now.
You know what? There's quite a few European horses running in the Oaks today and the Derby tomorrow. And we were talking about it at dinner last night. I was talking with a couple of the trainers that have come in, and they were asking me about this turf course. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't ride a ton of turf races here during my career. I spent only 1 full season here. So I asked Javier Castellano this morning, because the question to me from one of the European trainers, and I can't say which one, because I'll reveal it tomorrow during our show, during the Derby. But they were concerned about, is it sticky? meaning is their foot going into it, and it's very, very sticky. And so I asked Javier today, I said, does this turf course get sticky when it's drying out or when it's soaking, when it starts to dry out? He said, no, Gary, what happens on this turf course, he said, it only allows so much water into it, and the horses will get into it a little bit, but the water sits on top of the track, on top of the turf, and he said they just splash through it. They don't really get that concerned about the off-going, especially the European horses that train on it. They race on almost all turf courses anyway.
So just fingers crossed, no more rain throughout the course of the afternoon, and we'll have the Hall of Fame and the Saratoga Oaks on grass. The fourth race in the books, that was on the main track, of course, and Jose Lezcano with back-to-back wins here. Paulie, Cara Para graduates, first career win in her 12th career start. How'd she do it?
Well, the Jose Lezcano just gave this horse a really good ride. Again, sitting the pocket trip, as you see the favorite. And Katie Davis, I thought, made a clever move down on the rail trying to sneak and get by the one here late. But Jose Lezcano just had the jump on her. And this daughter of the factor of a rock hard 10 mare, White Rock Lake, got the job done for Stony Brook Farm Trust. And now it's 1 for 12 lifetime.
Off the turf races are sneaky, right? Because I think a lot of times people bet sneakily. Yeah, I think a lot of horses get a little bit over bet because of their turf form. But occasionally, what will happen? A horse like Cara Para, in my opinion, her race 2 back was the best race that any of these horses have run in a long time. It just happened to take place on the grass. Sometimes that clash just kind of shines through. It doesn't matter where LeBron James plays basketball; he's kind of still the best basketball player. I think that's what happened with Cara Para.
To the winner's circle, Acacia standing by.
With winning trainer Jimmy Ryerson, Cara Para gets the win today. And you and I were just talking about it, Jimmy, the fact that she had actually run some good races on the dirt. How did it give you a little bit more confidence today?
Yes, it did. Actually, we entered her last week for a dirt race, and it only drew 3 horses and had no shot. It didn't even get brought back. So she can turf a little bit, so you enter in a turf. But when it rained, we weren't really, too upset.
It took her a little while to break through and get the maiden win, but she's overall been remarkably consistent.
Yeah, she's tried. There's been some trips on some soft turf and stuff that she had questionable races, but other than that, she shows up pretty good.
A horse that you claimed in a New York bred. I know you're a guy that has quite a few New York breds in the barn. What's the benefit of being able to run in races like this, especially up here in Saratoga?
Well, first of all, you have the maiden 40s. You have them short and long. You have a lot at your, in the book that fits your horse. So New York breds really give you a lot of opportunities.
Oh, nice win today. Congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia. Appreciate it.
A terrific horseman and found the right surface and the right spot for the filly today, Lafitte.
All worked out this afternoon, Acacia. Race 4 in the books, the 5th. They'll be back on that muddy surface for the 5th $50,000 claiming event here, 7/8 of a mile, scratch choking way. Patient Capital 5-2. Gary likes him going in. JK, you don't love one in here, but you do like one.
Yeah, I mean, Balthasar has handled the 7 furlongs. I think it's kind of a unique distance. It's a sprint, but it's in between a sprint and a little bit of a route. I think it takes a special horse. This horse has won twice going 7/8. I think that goes a long way.
Speaking of special horses, special stories, that's what tomorrow is all about. Whitney Stakes Saturday, the 5 stakes races, 3 Grade 1 events, and all eyes on Cody's Wish. Gary looking for a 5th consecutive Grade 1 win. It's on Fox. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. It's an incredible story. Cody Dorman, his family, his connection with Cody's Wish, the best horse in training, the best story in racing, Gary. And for Cody's Wish, coming off that big effort in the Met Mile, Bill Mott finally got that first Met Mile win. Now Mott trying for a first Whitney tomorrow.
Look, this was a huge race by him with some good horses behind him. A couple of them are facing him tomorrow. Will the 1 1/8 be a difference maker? I think he wins tomorrow as easy as he won this race, going the 1 1/8. I think he's the best horse in training in America, the best horse racing in America. He's on a 5-win win streak right now, and I think it'll be 6 after tomorrow.
Cody's Wish in the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. It's a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Godolphin, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. They're celebrating that first Met Mile win. All right, so Paul, why is it going to be different this time? Cody's Wish. Why will he be effective 2 turns at 1 1/8? Something that he wasn't able to thrive at earlier on in his career.
Well, you just got to believe in the Hall of Fame trainer in Bill Mott, and I believe in Junior Alvarado. You know, talking to Junior over this horse's last like 4 or 5 races, he has said, listen, since this horse has turned 4 or 5, at age 4 they were toying going a little bit long. Now when he got to age 5, Junior said, now I'm able to lay my hands down. He's able to settle for me now, and he's able to produce that run, and he's able to gallop a little bit longer at that cruising speed that Gary's talking about. And I'm along with Gary. I'm just so excited to watch him run, and I actually think he's going to put on a nice little show tomorrow.
We might see history tomorrow, JK?
Yeah, absolutely. I have 2 thoughts when it comes to Cody's Wish. One, he does have an opportunity to history, and it's a tricky stat because it doesn't feel right, but if you look a little bit deeper, our friends at Godolphin actually sent me an email about it. No male horse has ever won a Grade 1 in the same year going 7 furlongs, 8 furlongs, and 9 furlongs in the same year. There's a lot of horses in your brain right now. You're thinking it's a little bit of a distance trick there, but I will say this as well. I'm not going to let Gary steal the thunder with this. I am also extremely confident that Cody's Wish is going to win even more impressively. I'm not worried about the distance. He ran extremely well in the Met Mile. I trust Met Mile winners. I think it's the most challenging race that we have in North America.
Lafitte, a little birdie just came in my ear and reminded me that he's won 6 in a row, not 5 in a row. He's going for
4
7.
straight Grade 1s?
Yes.
6 straight total.
There we go.
He's winning a lot. That's what you need to know. And tomorrow, he's established himself as the best horse in training. And for tomorrow's schedule with the 5 stakes races, each one of them on Fox. You'll see it all on Fox. Starts at 3 Eastern with the Troy early on, the Fasig-Tipton Lure Grade 1 test. Incredible stories, and what a matchup of these fast 3-year-old fillies in the test. Saratoga Derby and the Whitney post time around 5:44 Eastern. Can't wait to share all of that great racing and these incredible stories tomorrow on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday. And these two, the Whitney Week edition of Card Talk. JK, Tyler Gaffleone, Oaks winning rider. Share some history. Shared a big stage once I had forgotten about. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
back in 2015, a younger version of you and a shorter-haired version of me, I presented you with your Outstanding Apprentice Eclipse Award. It was a while ago.
Definitely one of my greatest memories. Probably one of my greatest accomplishments, but it was an honor to be there, especially accepting it from you. So it was cool.
I gotta imagine that you always thought you were going to be a rider, right? I mean, your father was a rider, your grandfather was a rider. Did you know since you were a young kid you wanted to be a jockey?
Yeah, I didn't really have much of a choice. My father always kind of pointed me in that direction. I had a couple moments where I wanted to play other sports, baseball, hockey, and a short stint with bull riding, but those didn't last.
Bull riding?
Yeah, I was a huge Ty Murray fan. I got a thing for the excitements.
Throughout a rider's career, there's always kind of some big horses that put them on the map, and I'd like to think that War of Will, winning the Preakness, what did War of Will mean to you in your career?
He meant everything. He was the one that kind of got me started. I was fortunate enough to have quite a bit of success with Mark Cassidy and Gary Barber, and they were kind enough to give me the opportunity to ride him, and he was so amazing. He taught me so much, made me a better rider, to be honest.
In 2022, you went on to Lexington, Kentucky in the Breeders' Cup. We'll start with Caravel. Hopefully we'll see you in the Troy coming up here soon. Tell me about that ride on Caravel.
Nobody ever thought Golden Pal would miss a break that day, and we jumped out in front. I kind of just let her do her thing. She got comfortable up front and kept going. She gave me everything she had. She's a true champion.
You got a win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with Wonder Wheel.
I was so fortunate the way things kind of fell into place. I had taken off Wonder Wheel in the spin-away to ride Kentucky Downs. I had prior commitments over there, and they canceled racing that Saturday, so I was able to come back up here. Mark and the Greens were generous enough to allow me to ride her. John Blasquez, being the class act that he is, called him up. My agent spoke to him, Mark spoke with him, and we ran second that day, but she came back and won the Alcibiades and then went on to the Breeders' Cup. So it just felt like it was meant to happen. It felt like it was our year.
You decided, let's go ahead and put a little bit of a cherry on top of this year, and you won the Kentucky Oaks with Pretty Mischievous.
Gambling Girl trying to catch Pretty Mischievous on the wire. Pretty Mischievous, Gambling Girl. Pretty Mischievous held on.
I couldn't even believe it when we hit the wire. It didn't seem real. I don't think I've ever celebrated that much after a win. Just kind of got caught up in it.
Tyler, you know, this meet, you've obviously got off to a great start. I know one of those wins has got to be pretty exciting to you, which is this New York Thunder who ran in the Amsterdam. That was impressive.
He's a tremendous talent. He seems to run on any surface. He's fast, and he just keeps going.
These last 13 months, you've been on some kind of roll. July 12th, 2022 is when it all started.
I was fortunate enough to marry the love of my life. We met in horse racing. Her father owns horses, Cassie Edwards. We really just enjoy each other's company.
What is your greatest win of all of your wins?
I would have to say marrying Cassidy, most definitely.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you.
Good jockey, smart man, Tyler Gaffalione. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Great stuff as always, JK. The story about John Velasquez. It says a lot about John Velasquez and the opportunity it presented for Tyler Gaffalione.
I mean, look, he's the winningest rider at Saratoga. Any guys that have put their boots on, helmets on, no one's won more races here than Johnny Velasquez. And the fact that Tyler was supposed to be out of town at Kentucky Downs that weekend where Wonder Wheel ran, not in the Breeders' Cup, but obviously here at Saratoga, the weather canceled Kentucky Downs, and Johnny let Tyler have the mount back. He did not have to do that. It shows the class that Johnny Velasquez is and why he's the most respected man in that room.
Yeah, the jockeys look up to Johnny Velasquez. Tyler Gaffalione, Gary, and off to a really good start at the meet here at Saratoga and riding some key contenders, including Pretty Mischievous tomorrow in the Grade 1 test.
Yeah, I think he said the key statement he made in that Cart Talk was saying what War of Will did for him, taught him, the horse taught him. Well, these good horses are going to continue to teach you. Look, when you start out, you'll ride anything, and it's good to ride anything. Just get the experience. But then you come to a point when you get on your first real good horse, it feels different. You've got new power in your hands that you've never experienced before, and they all have their own little idiosyncrasies. So from that, it just builds like a giant snowball going down a hill. And you'll get on different types of horses at different distances, different surfaces, and you learn new little nuances as your career goes on, and he's a fast study.
I don't think he has any weaknesses, too. I mean, when you look as a trainer from an owner standpoint, and you see Tyler Gaffleone on your horse, you're not complaining one bit. You know what I mean?
Top rider.
Yeah.
Loads of talent. And riding Carmichael in this 5th race at Saratoga. Acacia standing by with this race 5 paddock report. Acacia.
And I really like Tyler's horse in here, Lafitte. We'll get to him in a moment. But starting things off with your favorite, the number 7, Patient Capital for Mike Maker. I think the 7 furlongs just suits him perfectly. This is a good spot. Is taking a drop in class after facing very tough competition over in Kentucky. Was pressing the pace setter last time out and kind of made a big move to take over. The winner was much the best, and he just didn't have enough late. But I thought actually ran on a little bit better than it might appear on paper. So he's definitely a huge player in this spot, given what he's been facing, his tactical speed. And he's a horse that's really come along quite well since I last saw him, or since his last races here in New York. But taking a look at a couple of other intriguing prospects, the 2, Major Blue's taking quite a bit of attention. And I think he's one of those horses that you really kind of have to sift through his past performances to find something to sink your teeth into and say, what kind of horse is he actually? When a 1 1/8 last time out, I was in the paddock that day. He got very hot prior to the race. He just, I think, kind of undid himself a little bit before the race even began, not to mention against tougher. He's been sprinting on the turf. He ran in the Grade 1 bluegrass. And you start to go back through and see if maybe this just might be the first opportunity he's had in a while to get the win. I think the drop in class is huge. He looks tremendous here. He's also so much more settled. And yes, it's cooler today, but much more settled than he was last time out, which I appreciate on the relatively quick turnaround as well. And I think the 7 furlongs is perfect. 5.5 is just a bit too sharp for him, as he is a pretty big horse. The number 4, Carmichael, he was the one that just first caught my eye in the paddock. He's dappled out from head to toe. I am a touch concerned because the Diodoro barn has been a bit quiet up here at the spa this summer, but short cut blinkers do go on, and he cuts back in distance, which physically I actually like. He's a little bit more compact. He's gotten sharper as they've gone on here in the paddock, and we'll see if he can get the barn on track in here. But a horse that I am intrigued as a new face in this spot as well. Lafitte?
Carmichael, Acacia. Tyler Gaffleone lost a smile about these days, going right by our set. He's by First Defense, and he thrived at 7/8 of a mile. I believe a runner-up in the Alan Jerkins back when it was the King's Bishop several years back. First Defense, a Juddmonte colt. Gary, what do you make of Carmichael's chances here at a price, 6-1?
Look, normally Diodoro, he hits at 21% off the claim. This horse was claimed last time out for $50,000. The same type of race, a beaten claim in 50, and it's claimed off to Dale Romans. Horse had some time off, and training at Churchill Downs. Doesn't show any works here at Saratoga, but look, he's a horse. He definitely fits in here, and if he handles the track, look, he's 1 for 5 of placing on a wet racetrack. That's not going to do him any favors, but I never count Robertino's horses out.
Does everything but win on that afternoon. 2 starts back at Churchill Downs right after the Derby.
The pace wasn't particularly fast. I didn't think he really had an excuse. I mean, and look, when trainers like Diodoro, who I consider to be a good trainer, take horses from another good trainer, which I believe Dale Romans is, I don't really get overly excited about changes. I know they're going blinkers on, but like, I don't know. If that was going to really help, Dale probably would have done it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't move me too much.
That would be on the best of Cart Talk reel. Dale Romans.
Oh, legend.
That was epic. Epic last year.
Some of those car talks behind the scenes take 15 minutes to film. Some of them take 45 minutes to an hour. Mike Rapoli, Tom Durkin, and Dale Romans, closer to the hour than the 15.
Dale Romans, that one's legendary Cart Talk. Post-parade race 5, there's Perfect Day. Tomorrow will be a perfect day. Today, not so much. 9-1.
This horse has a ton of early speed. You get Kendrick to send away from there from the inside. This horse could get loose if they're not careful.
Major Blue has faced much, much tougher than these.
Yeah, and I think this horse is live today. Rosario for D. Wayne Lucas, 2 for 10 lifetime. Getting bet at the windows, too.
Baltazar, Manny Franco looking for a second win this afternoon. A pace-prompting win at Belmont.
Some might say a specialty distance of 7 furlongs. Baltazar, I know, can handle it.
And still at a price, 6-1 Carmichael, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, my worry with Carmichael is sometimes when you put blinkers on a horse, you're trying to create more speed or concentration, and this horse already has speed, so I'm against Carmichael in this spot.
It's a competitive race. They're all single digits. Here's a Sky and Sand, Louis Saez in the Reeve Thoroughbred colors.
Very turfy, but if you dig deep enough, there is some dirt races that fit. I think Jack Sisterson does an outstanding job.
Laughing Boy, David Jacobson reaches out for a Rad Ortiz, and Jacobson won with a horse that didn't make a lot of sense yesterday.
Yeah, and they're dangerous together. I think this is this sneakily horse in this race.
Every time you hear sneakily, drink. Patient Capital, who is the favorite with Javier Castellano 2-1?
Drawn out towards the outside on a sloppy racetrack, can avoid some of that kickback, has some tactical speed. Doesn't really like to get the picture taken as of late, but the speed figures suggest the most likely to get the picture taken today.
The edge in figures and the wagering, public wagering favorite at 2-1. $50,000 claimers in the 5th. Next at Saratoga, post time 3 minutes.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses have left the paddock. Just saw the post parade, and we're getting closer. We have reached post time for the 5th on the Friday program. $50,000 claiming event, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and older. Gary, now 9-5. Patient Capital. If Javier Castellano is going to be successful with this guy, what is the key early on?
He's going to be close. He's got speed, got a good draw. The 8-horse scratched. Can stay clean out there. I think that Perfect Day will definitely be in front, but he can sit just off the pace, and I think that's how he's going to be successful.
This could be a quick pace. You know, JK's talking about the 1. The 1 is very fast. Carmichael with the blinkers on, fast. The 7's probably going to rate, JK, you think, from out there?
Yeah, I mean, why would you do anything other than that from that position? Don't give away that great position. It's like punting on 3rd down.
And Baltazar's not slow either, Lafitte.
No, he had that pace-prompting win in his most recent. Acacia with more on Baltazar, who's 4-1. Acacia.
Yeah, he's not slow. He was pressing 3 wide last time, and that was off a layoff, too. And it's interesting watching the development from this horse. As you can see, Horacio De Paz has done a terrific job in getting him to settle mentally. The cotton in his ears, kind of what I was touching on in the last race, how horses react to sound. And he's had a quiet warm-up with the pony out there on the track and was able to take over and get the win coming out of a starter allowance race in here. I think he makes a lot of sense, and I completely agree. I think 7 furlongs is his best distance, and just the mental development that I've seen from this horse coming along now as a 5-year-old. The number 6, Laughing Boy, purchased at the Horses of Racing Age sale this year for $47,000, makes his first start for David Jacobson. I will say, in the past that I've seen him, I wrote down, I think 7 furlongs is his best distance, so that's what we get today. But you can see it. He's gotten himself totally washed out. He's been really kind of keyed back in the paddock, out on the track. It's not hot. It's not humid today. I haven't seen him in a while, but he's been down in South Florida. So the fact that he's getting this kind of washed out and hot on the track coming up to upstate New York does make me a bit concerned. Like I said, I'm not familiar with him lately, but that's not something I love to see, especially usually when you see horses coming Florida to New York, they're a little bit fresher because they're coming to the cooler temperatures, Lafitte.
And not hot, not humid, yet some reason Richie Migliore was up here pointing a fire extinguisher at us. He'll be on the set very shortly. Patient Capital, Gary, well, you were just telling me a story about Javier Castellano and the reception in terms of the recognition of what he's accomplished this year.
Well, throughout his career. And then the 2 trophies that were missing from his trophy closet were the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, and you filled that this year, and he got a great ovation from the crowd at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony this morning.
It's a big couple of trophies to pop in there in a 5-week span.
Yeah. Like a combined 0 for 29 or whatever it was, and then bang, in 5 weeks, a Derby and a Belmont, and very popular wins, knowing what a class act, a star rider, and those 2 omissions on his resume. No longer omissions. Javier Castellano, 6 Travers, the Derby, the Belmont. This is not a Triple Crown event, just a $50,000 claimer. Here's Frank Ramadi.
And they're off. Sky and Sand, Laughing Boy vying for the early lead. Outside of them, Patient Capital, Perfect Day is now coming through, as is Major Blue in the green. Up the backstretch, Major Blue takes the lead. Sky and Sand on the outside. Perfect Day keeping pace while at the rail in third. They're followed by Baltasar, who's down on the inside, only about 2.5 lengths off the leader. Laughing Boy is right next to him. Patient Capital, widest of all with the yellow cap, and a gap of 4 back to Carmichael. It's Sky and Sand through a quarter that went in 22 2/5 seconds. Sky and Sand takes them around the far turn, leading it by a neck. Major Blue at the rail. Patient Capital inches up on the outside to be a joint second. They're followed by Laughing Boy in fourth. Baltasar losing ground. Perfect Day is next. Carmichael is far back. It's Sky and Sand coming to the quarter pole, opening up 2.5 lengths now, doing it easily thus far. Major Blue swings out to try and get closer. These 2 are about 3 lengths clear of the next flight, headed by Patient Capital and Laughing Boy. It's all Sky and Sand. Sky and Sand by 4 past the 16th pole, and much too good. Sky and Sand wins it by 4.5 lengths. Major Blue was second, Patient Capital third, then Laughing Boy.
Sky and Sand, Jack Sisterson. It's not vexatious, beating Midnight Bijou, but a win here at Saratoga for Sisterson. Louis Saez at 5-1, the gray wheeling and dealing from the start, Gary.
A gray horse in the mud. He's 1 for 2. Now 2 out of 3 wins on a wet racetrack, and we all overlooked it.
Yeah,
Andy's favorite angle.
Well, Gary,
automatic.
Gary looked at me and said, "Where'd this speed come from?" I said, "I have no clue." But that's Louis Saez just taking advantage, and he went to the front. He stayed persistent, and he knew he had the bottom. This horse has been coming out of long turf races. There was nobody going to run this horse down after he got to the front. 9 consecutive races on the turf is what threw me off. And when you're looking at races that are being run on the dirt, those things can kind of get to you sometimes, and that's what happened with the 5 Sky and Sand, but clearly much the best. That's a fast time. 109 and change for the 6 furlongs.
Dean Reeves, you saw him making his way down to the winner's circle. Louis Saez, 5-2-7-6. That'll wrap things up for us. What did we learn today? Final thoughts, gentlemen? It's been a Been a pleasure, JK.
You know, I'm really excited about the Hall of Fame. It's always a lot of fun. One of my favorite horses in training, Carl Spackler. That's why I wore my E5 shirt. But very impressive for Bob Edwards of E5 Racing. He also breeds under Fifth Avenue Bloodstock. He has 3 horses in this race that he bred. Batflip, General Jim, and Carl Spackler.
Final thoughts, Paulie?
I think General Jim's going to run a big race getting back on grass, and I think the French filly is the real deal, Elusive Princess.
Exiting the French Oaks. Gary?
Well, we had a great day, a fast day. It didn't seem like we've been up here for 5 races. It was a pleasure and a treat to have Corey Nakatani up here on the stage with us, new Hall of Fame member.
Who sneakily tried to throw me under the bus. Got to break just in time for JK, Paulie, Gary. I'm Lafitte. We'll see you next time. Greg Wolf and the crew coming up next. Lots of live racing still coming your way, and 2 stakes races on grass with the Hall of Fame and Saratoga Oaks next on Saratoga Live.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. In the 5th race, we saw Sky and Sand with the surface switch. Love the wet track today. His pilot, Louis Saez, is joining me now. As Louis, your horse really seemed to handle the going out there quite well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, there's a saying that great horses love the sloppy.
Yeah.
This is one of them. He really liked it. He braked from there, and he was kind of want to get going, and he was pretty comfortable. Came to the top of the stretch, reached the lead, and he get going.
Sometimes the old racing sayings are righter than the rest of us trying to figure it out. But as you said, he was forward today and showing some of that speed that he had shown going longer, but he had a bottom underneath of him.
Yeah, definitely. He can. I think longer he's all right too. So I don't know. Today he ran a pretty good race, and man, thanks to Dean, he always give me a good opportunity with his horses, and man, I'm so grateful.
I wanted to ask you, coming up later in the Hall of Fame stakes, you'll be on General Jim, who you've ridden quite a bit. He's going back to the turf, and you've been aboard on both surfaces. What are your thoughts going back to grass today?
I'm pretty happy. He's a horse that he can run the turf and the dirt all the time, you know, and he can try always. And I remember in Keelan when I rode on the turf, he looked like he handled him pretty well and really like him. So I think we're in a good shape with him today.
Best of luck later.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez with the win as we welcome in Greg Wolf and the rest of the team. And hey, Greg, we've got an easy handicapping angle for you at the gray in the mud.
Works out here, doesn't it? Sky and Sand. Thank you, Acacia. $12.80 for the victory. Here in the fifth, lasting that 7/8 of a mile, Major Blue Patient Capital. Second and third. Let's take a look at what's still to come on the eve of the Whitney and the test for 3-year-old fillies. This presented by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 coming up in the next race. Sloppy, actually listed as muddy right now, yielding on the turf. And that's where the Saratoga Oaks Invitational and that National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame will take place. 2 very intriguing races on the grass to come on a great Friday of action here at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play at all NYRA bets. Take advantage of this offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the code for new members, spot 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. Special afternoon it always is here at Saratoga on this Friday with that Hall of Fame induction just across the street. 3 great names we all remember who follow this game. Chromies with California Chrome, the Derby and Preakness winner. Arrogate, who had that incredible 4 consecutive Grade 1 wins. And then, of course, Songbird, who started her career 11 for 11. 2 of those victories coming here in that streak. That coaching club, American Oaks in the Alabama. Here's the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame lineup that will take place in race number 8. Mile on the inner turf. And it looks like it is a wide open group. Chad Brown obviously has had a lot of success in this race, and it looks like he could again this year, but it's a tough group. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliore, one of the top trainers in the country. Tom Amos, New York Racing Association handicapper. Andy Serling, good to see you guys on a fantastic day of racing.
Yeah, terrific day, a celebration of our sport with the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies, and nice to be on with all of you guys. I haven't been on a 4-man set yet, but I like the company I'm keeping.
How about what we saw across the street? Always emotional when you see people get inducted into the Hall of Fame, and obviously 3 names that we got to see pretty recently here in this sport.
Yeah, very recently, as a matter of fact. I mean, usually we have to go back to Andy's time on some of these horses that get inducted to the Hall of Fame, 50s, thereabouts, but this is more recent.
I thought your speech was terrific, Tom. I actually teared up during your speech.
I would give anything
I really did.
to get a chance to give a speech over there, but it takes a special career for a horse or person to end up in the Hall of Fame. You can't buy your way in, Andy.
So winning a lot of races at Delta Downs, not a way into the Hall of Fame? Is that what we're saying?
Well, Andy's not even allowed in the building.
Anywhere else
Just starting off strong here.
Wow. Here we go. It's going to be a fun couple of hours if we're starting like that, aren't we?
Well, I haven't sat next to Andy yet when we do this 4-man thing. Why do I have to sit next to him now? Did you guys draw straws before I got here?
We meant to have the crew build a barrier between you two. We just didn't have time.
Fortunately, when we had dinner, your wife was there to keep things in control.
We're looking forward to this card to come. It's going to be very exciting. Both these turf races coming up. Exciting. Let's take a look at the field that's going to line up in this Hall of Fame. And this is Cherie DeVos More Than Looks. This was, Andy, how big an effort at Belmont last time out?
It was a tremendous effort because the horse completely blew the break. He was running against a very strong field, and you could say he got a pace to run at, but the pace setters finished 1-2. The only thing that I would say, forgetting about the turf condition where we're all sort of guessing who's going to handle it well, the 1-mile races around the Widener turf, basically a 1-turn race, paces get hot, helps closers like More Than Look. And I just worry on this racetrack, not that the track is biased or anything, but I think that course in particular favored his running style in a way that perhaps today's won't.
Fast pace, he finished well, big effort. I think Andy's right, though. We're all kind of guessing at who's going to handle the ground because I do think we're going to have an extremely soft course.
And you missed a big price on that horse last time, and you're deservedly so not going to get it today.
I think the thing you have to keep in mind, Greg, is when you're looking at these horses in this race, if you can find horses that are bred in a foreign country, England, Ireland, places like that, those families have been running on these kinds of turf courses for years. So the pedigree's there for those. We have that with the 3 Appraise, the 4 Ocean Vision. I mean, Mysterious Knight, who I like, the 8 is there behind enemy lines. The advantage goes to the Europeans when I think the course is like this.
And also, and I think you guys can talk about it a lot, forwardly placed horses usually do better on softer courses, and I think that works against More Than Looks as well.
And that's why, you know, back to your point about these European horses, Elusive Princess looks like she's going to take a lot of money in that Saratoga Oaks Invitational. She has already been successful on soft ground. Course across the street earlier today. We already talked about it. Hall of Fame induction ceremony at the Fasig-Tipton Pavilion. And 3 greats inducted from the equine category. California Chrome, Arrogate, and that sensational filly Songbird, who we were treated to here when she was right in the midst of that incredible win streak to start her career that began with 11 straight wins. Fernando Toro, Corey Nakatani inducted as well. Corey, a guest on the set earlier today. Had such a great career out of the West Coast.
And Corey, you know, came here and rode a number of years ago, right, 2011, 10 or 11, and he rode Jackson Bend for Nick Zito, and he won what was the James Marvin, which is now the John Nehrude back at Belmont, and winning that race with him and then the Forgo, I think it really helped get his career back on track at that time.
Now, Songbird, she was fun to watch, do her thing. That Coaching Club American Oaks, Alabama double back here at Saratoga that were the 9th and 10th wins, I believe, of her career. She was very game, of course, against Gary Stevens, against Beholder in a distaff. Special performer.
Yeah, I mean, and Gemma consistency showed up every time. It wasn't a race that she didn't put forth an effort, and she was nosed by a champion in Beholder, and just a very, very good filly.
I mean, she was a neck and a nose away from being an undefeated filly at that. She could really do it.
Her Breeders' Cup race where she lost. And a lot of times you find it out in defeats. The race she lost in the Breeders' Cup, probably her best effort, a tremendous effort against Beholder.
Only 2 defeats. Yes, Tom's talking about Breeders' Cup disstep by a nose to Beholder, and then the personal ensign grade 1. She was retired after that to Forever Unbridled. That happened here at Saratoga as well. 2-year-old, 3-year-old champion filly. 9 career grade 1s, and that says a lot at 7 different racetracks.
Yeah, she took her show on the road and just showed up and went to work. She was brilliant. Blessed to have watched her, and what a record.
Meanwhile, no one put together 4 races in a row maybe than this horse did that were just so out of this world sensational. It began with the Travers 4 straight grade 1s. That Dubai World Cup was out of this world as well.
And this was really the race where he sort of demonstrated to people what greatness looks like, right? He's running against some very nice 3-year-olds in this race, and of course Gunrunner came back and improved a great deal after the Travers, but he sort of showed him what it looks like to be a run-of-the-mill sort of top racehorse running against a real great talent. That was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen.
Right, fastest Travers on history since General Assembly.
By a lot.
And I mean, a race that, you know, if you didn't like him in the Breeders' Cup against Older after this race, the Travers, and that kind of time, you just weren't doing your homework.
And he could win in any running style, forward, behind.
Well, he got a little assist from a stablemate that day. I don't know if you recall that at the game.
Yeah. Left him some space
Yes,
there,
he
gave him
did.
an opportunity to pick up
Going to that first turn, he was, you know, sitting behind him, and he went wide, took a pace setter with him, and Arrogate came right up through the rail and
He
made
would
the
have won
lead.
anyway.
He would have.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
159-1 in that Travers, and he won by 13.5 lengths.
Well, and to put it in proper perspective, we've been racing in Saratoga since 3 months after Gettysburg, 1863, and he ran the fastest mile and a quarter ever recorded here since 1863. I mean, it is just phenomenal.
And up there with the greatest performances you've ever seen?
100%.
Yeah.
And especially in that kind of race. I mean, to run that kind of race in a race as big as the Travers, absolutely. It's one of the great performances I think you'll ever see in the racetrack. I think there were a lot of people watching that day with their proverbial jaws dropped.
It was just incredible to witness that. I was up on the roof watching that performance. I had a great perspective of just how far back it was. A little bit like Secretary of the Belmont, not quite as much, that margin, but it was sensational. And of course, the Dubai World Cup, if you have not seen it, incredible performance, somehow overcoming trouble out of the gate to win that race against Gunrunner, no less. Up next, Pick 6 begins on our Friday card, $20,000 maiden claiming race, 6 furlongs, and all up for sale for $20,000 in this field. Linda Rice, leading trainer at this meet with the big favorite. There she is. Happy Bob, she'll send out at even money right now with a rider she is teamed up with.
They're already in double digits together in terms of victories at this meet this summer. We'll be back.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. The Whitney special race, special week here at this historic racetrack, and you'll see live coverage of this important race for older horses tomorrow live on Big Fox as Cody's Wish tries to take his game around 2 turns and stretch out to 1 1/8. We're going to play Name That Whitney winner, see what you guys can come up with here as we reveal some clues. Won 7 races in 20 career starts. We might need another one. Earned more than, and you guys can buzz in at any time, earned more than $1.6 million.
That could be $8 million, by the way.
Bred in Virginia. Bred in Virginia.
That's going to narrow it down.
Java Gold? No.
Here we go. You
No.
should have it now. Won the Belmont Stakes the previous year.
Oh, I know. No.
Lemon
Drop Kid. Lemon Drop Kid?
No,
Colonial
Flash
Affair.
of,
Colonial Affair.
Colonial Affair.
Colonial
Yeah,
Affair.
I'll go with that.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one, though.
Well done.
No, that was a tough one. Really hard one.
And of course, it was Julie Corona won the Belmont on this horse and made history. And in the Whitney, Jose Santos aboard for Scottish Polo.
I believe that we ran the Whitney at the end of the meet that year. I think when he won that Whitney was the end of the meet. Does that ring a bell, Richie?
That sounds right.
And I think he would have won the Breeders' Cup that year, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he got injured shortly before the race, was unfortunately retired. He was a heck of a racehorse.
Yeah, there was a period of time we ran the Saratoga Cup and then the
Exactly.
Whitney
One or
afterwards.
only a couple years in there, right?
years,
But
yeah.
I think he was one of them.
Is that Devil Is Due second?
Yes, that would probably be
Devil
Devil's
is
Due.
Due,
Yep.
West by West, 2nd and 3rd. And run an even bigger figure. He had 1 1/4 miles in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and that was the final race of his career. Post parade coming up for the start of our pick 6. We'll start with Aerodromos. Lisa Lugovic trains.
Yeah, a long shot in this race. It's going to have to improve dramatically to be at all effective.
5-2 next door on Fast Boat to Sky for David Donk.
Needs to be a fast boat out the gate. Going to try to use his speed to get this done. Blinkers on the last 2 should help.
Drunk. Even money on this Linda Rice runner, a Happy Bob.
Yeah, you know, this horse, like a lot of Linda's, claimed recently, and you can't fight the role she's on.
Even money, though?
Fire Baron, double-digit odds. Flavian Pratt, turf to dirt.
The truth is, even though he's had a lot of chances, only 3 have been on dirt, and he's got a figure on the dirt going longer at Tampa that gives him a chance. He's not the most ridiculous long shot.
Speed on the turf with the 6 Run DMZ, and this one's only start.
Yeah, speed, and you know, on this kind of racetrack, sometimes speed is good. Pedigree says dirt, maybe, huh?
I bet this horse. Yep.
Anani, blinkers going on for Nick Zito.
Going out from a man, Nick Zito. He'd have to step forward, but he does drop down.
And on the outside, a first-time starter. Creation of Adam has Manny Franco aboard.
Watch the board on these kinds, 7-1. I think that means there's a little bit of money being played there.
And you seemed, well, we'll get back to it in a minute. Pick 6 full, 160,000 and growing. Let's get to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start off with the heavy favorite, Greg, with Happy Bob. And this was a horse that I had taken a shot with last time because he is a big and very attractive horse that looks like he could potentially want to go longer. Turns out that's not the case, and Linda Rice immediately cuts him back in distance. He looks tremendous once again, and it's kind of that checklist when you see a horse coming back off of a relatively quick turnaround. This horse ran at the beginning of the meet, and you wonder, how's their energy, how's their weight, are they still handling themselves well? And he's checked every box so far. He also seems like he's a little bit alert and even brighter today than he was last time, which I appreciate. Coat looks tremendous. I do like him in this spot, and we'll see if he can turn things around, not to mention a little bit of a drop to the 20. I think she's just being realistic with where Happy Bob belongs. But the 6 Run DMZ I had interest in, had an outside post last time going 7 furlongs on the turf, and this was a horse that was actually a late scratch back in May when he was supposed to debut because he flipped in the paddock. He was acting really badly, and while he's been very sharp in here, and I've been watching how he's acting, and you see the cotton in his ears to try and keep him a little bit more relaxed. Dylan Davis has kept him with the pony, and he's been able to get him to settle while he is still on his toes and energetic, which you like to see for a sprinter as well. I think he'll be quick in here today too, but it does seem like mentally he's come along. He's incredibly fit and well muscled behind the saddle. I actually like the dirt for him. The 8 Creation of Adam is an interesting one who sold as a yearling a couple of years ago for $80,000, and then you don't see him debuting until a 3-year-old and running for 20. But on the bottom side, there's actually more turf pedigree. The dam was 0-for-3 on the grass, but she's the sister to Grade 1 QE2 winner Cambiar Park, and I could see where this one could potentially handle the turf, a little bit of flatter hoof to him. I think he might actually be debuting in the right spot. And sometimes horses that are maybe built a little bit more like turf actually appreciate a track like this because it can kind of mimic almost a turf course. And I'm wondering, maybe he's just has no ability at all, but maybe he might actually handle the conditions today as a new face first-time starter to the outside, Greg.
Thank you, Keisha. We'll find out shortly. 7-1 on that debuter from that outside post with Manny Franco.
Listen, first-time star, I mean, he's not taking much money at 7-1, but the connections don't run that many firsters and maiden claimers. I got to bet against Happy Bob. He's the one to beat, but I'm going to guess with Run DMZ. How can you not love this name?
I love the name. And look, one start should improve off that first start.
Speed.
Has speed.
Yeah.
Track like this, there's nothing wrong with that.
King of Rock, my favorite. Had that album. Played it quite a few times. You got the collection?
No.
No?
No.
Didn't play it at your bar in the morning?
That's where our age group differs a little bit,
Okay.
yours and mine.
Happy Bob, short price, and it was a scratch of the 3. Was going to get awfully short.
Yep.
And that's what's happened here. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, 10 wins together at this meet already. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the start of the pick 6.
Last one to load. Creation of Adam. First time starter. Just a little hesitant. New surroundings. Backs away once again. Just waiting on this 3-year-old who is making his debut and the only one in the field making their first start. He's in, and now we have a very restless runner. Run DMZ, extremely fractious in the gate. And Creation of Adam has not gone in. Let's go back down to Greg for a brief moment. Looks like we're ready. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast boat to sky, gun to the front. Showing plenty of early speed is Run DMZ, and Run DMZ up to take the lead. Creation of Adam is up and on the pace, just a length and a half back in third. Aerodromos fourth along the inside. Then it's Hanani fifth at this point. Happy Bob moving up, white colors on the outside within 4 of the pacemaker, leaving Fire Baron at the back. It's Run DMZ around the far turn, chased by Creation of Adam. The opening quarter in 22 and just under 2/5 of a second. Run DMZ, Creation of Adam, just a neck behind in second. They're followed by Fast Boat to Sky. Happy Bob in striking range if good enough, has 3 to make up on this first-time starter, Creation of Adam, who's up to take the lead at the top of the stretch. Fast Boat to Sky comes back. Run DMZ weakening in between. Happy Bob on the far outside. Fast Boat to Sky comes to the 8th pole with a length lead. On the outside, Creation of Adam and Happy Bob. Creation of Adam back to Fast Boat to Sky. Fast Boat to Sky, Creation of Adam. It's Creation of Adam in front. Happy Bob, a final try, and it's a good one. Here's the line. Photo finish. That is so close between Happy Bob and Creation of Adam. Very tight between those two. Fast Boat to Sky was third.
The heavy favorite for Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, Happy Bob, and a first-time starter, Creation of Adam, right there together at the wire.
Boy, that was dead close. I'm not going to dare
Looks
try
like
to
the
call
4
that.
got him in that one. I'd like to see it a little, again, in slow motion, but I think Tom, the favorite, got him.
Yeah, look, think about the trip the 4 had, Andy. I mean, he's coming from last, wide. They go a pretty solid first quarter mile in 22 and 2. He's got to get back into position again there, all the way wide around the turn. It's a pretty solid effort by our favorite.
I'm not sure he did get him there. I can't really tell in the noses, but even if he lost, in the context of the race, he ran well, but he found the right field here. A tough loss if you had the 8, and a tough loss for Phil Antonacci, who's looking for his 3rd win in just 7 starters. Man, this is close, guys.
Franco on the 8, this first-time starter trying to outduel his heavy 4-5 favorite with Jose Ortiz.
It's not even close, Andy.
And late, it looks like, yeah, the 4
got him.
Does get up, and
I'm
it's just
old,
been posted.
Tom. Not a young man like you.
Only one of us called it live. Who was
4-5 favorite.
I go back from Frank Capicel was calling in the 80s here.
Happy Bob
I thought
finally
Tom
gets
Durkin
it
was
done.
calling in the 80s.
A horse that has hinted at a horse that's hinted at ability finally gets it done. Boy, heartbreaking for the 8, Creation of Adam, who ran so well for a first-time starter, did everything but win, and just missed. But your favorite gets it done. Not the way your favorite's supposed to get it done, but he got it done.
That's a huge race.
He found the right
that he
field.
ran. He may have, but think about that opening quarter, what he had to do to get back into position. He's going sub-22 for the first quarter of a mile, wide all the way around the turn, has to run down those horses to the top of the stretch. I mean, that was a lot bigger race than the nose on the wire that he won.
He was best. I agree with you. He was best. But
Had to sweat that out for those that leaned on this horse. As you take a look at the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice, her 2nd today, 4-5 favorite, and most everyone's still alive in the pick 6.
If you leaned on him, you did a lean to get him home.
Yes, you did.
Everybody's leaning their day.
All
I can
eyes
lean with the best of them,
on
Tom.
this horse at this meet, maybe more than any other year in recent memory. Cody's Wish, trying to take his game 2 turns and stretch out to 1 1/8 as he goes after that heavyweight division in the Classic in the Whitney on Saturday.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his 2nd dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz, they've made a few trips to the winner's circle together this meet, and doing so again with Happy Bob. Jose, this horse cutting back in distance, and Linda just found the right spot for him as her daughter Leilani joins here too. Found the right spot for him today.
Yeah, of course. Linda is great with the condition book. She put him in the right spot. You can see he went by a nose. He wasn't much the best. So this is his spot. This is his level, and he proved it today.
Had to work on him a little bit. Talk to me about when you have a horse that you need to keep after a bit. A little bit like Richie Migliore says, a bicycle horse.
Yeah, he's a tough horse. He breaks bad most of the times, and you keep asking him, and he don't go anywhere. Today, I thought he was beat on the 16th pole. He don't want to go by. Had no intention on going by the horse. Felt like I have enough horse to go, but he didn't want to go by. I'm just lucky at the end we got the bob, but he didn't want to win.
Well, you got the job done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Happy Bob, $3.70 for the victory. Just barely getting by a big effort from this first-time starter. And Linda Rice, trainer of this horse, came into today tied with Chad Brown for most wins at the meet. She has 2 today. Chad Brown still looking for his first. So she continues to produce.
How about that candid interview? He won on the horse, and he was saying he didn't want to go by. He just got lucky and got the bob.
The guys like him, as you well know, and you back when you were riding, they can make a difference on a tight finish. The way you finish on a horse, using your hands, using your body, using your legs, using your crop when you need to.
Yep.
That's why these guys are the best.
Absolutely.
Field for the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational, middle leg of this Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies. Mile and 3/16 on the turf, and a lot of buzz about this French filly who opens up as the 9-5 favorite here.
Well, she's already proven on soft ground. Look at some of the races she comes out of. They ran a mile and an eighth, a mile and 5/16, excuse me, and 2:19 and change. You know, a fast mile and a quarter is around 2 minutes on the turf, so you know it's bottomless
And
ground.
she was second when ground would give on it in a tough Group 1, 2 back. I mean, she's just the horse to beat in this race. She might be too good for these horses.
That's the key. In Europe, these group races, the group runs and group twos, if you transfer those races here to the United States, they're so superior usually on the turf.
Yeah. We'll dig in deeper in just a moment. Our ABR race of the week, it is the Grade 1 Whitney, one of the most prestigious races in our sport for older horses. And it takes on added significance this year with not just the tremendous story of Cody's Wish, the win streak he's on. He's won 6 in a row for Bill Mott, Hall of Famer. But the fact that he's trying to essentially, like a boxer, move up to the heavyweight division after winning the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year. He's the best dirt miler in the world. 0 for 2 beyond a mile and going 2 turns. He comes off that Met Mile performance that was just out of this world sensational.
He circled the entire field, Tom. Don't you think he ran
after getting left?
And much further than a mile here as wide as he was.
Yeah, but I'm going to push back on Cody's Wish. And if he wins, that's great because I love him as a racehorse. But in racing, going that mile and 1/8 and making that transition from 1 turn to 2 turn races, it's a whole different dynamic for horses. And is anybody, why are we avoiding the elephant in the room? Bill Mott has a very, very good sprinter in Elite Power. And why does he want to put Cody's Wish up against Elite Power? So, he's done a great job of separating these 2 horses, and by running Cody's Wish long, he avoids him again.
Well, I mean, you also have to realize he is the best horse in training right now. And he won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year. They don't want to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile this year. It means absolutely nothing to them. You have to push towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. So at some point you have to answer the question. And the Whitney is the most prestigious race in the country outside the Breeders' Cup Classic and has much more history. The concern that I have with him in this race is not his ability. He's a better horse than these horses. He's proven it on the racetrack. It's the pace in the 2-turn mile and 1/8 races is significantly slower than it is in the 1-turn races. So in that situation, he's not going to get the same kind of fast pace to close into, which forces him to be closer early, but it also mutes his late kick. I still think he's the horse to beat, but I think the race will be run in a manner that may be a little bit less favorable to him and his running style. But I don't think there's any doubt that he's the best talented horse in this race, most talented.
Here's what his Hall of Fame trainer had to say about him.
We're anxious to see what happens. I mean, Cody's Wish has been doing very well. We're very happy with the training schedule that he's been on and the results that we've gotten so far from that. And, you know, we're happy with our post position. Now we got to see if he can get the 9 furlongs and beat these horses at their game. You know, he's been a little anxious in the gate sometimes, so at least being in the outside post, he doesn't have to wait in there too long. I think that's, for me, that's a benefit. I'd say the Breeders' Cup was pretty important. I'd say the Met Mile for me was probably important. So, you know, I think the last race was as important as any race, and it's a race that I've always wanted to win. But yeah, so they're all important. Every one of them's important, and it'd be nice to have the Whitney on his resume. Cody Dorman was excited when he heard that they were making the trip to come and see Cody's Wish, and I think he's been quite excited, and there's a lot of anticipation there on his part, and it gives him, you know, something to look forward to. So, and we're looking forward to seeing him.
This race, probably one more prep, assuming all goes well, and then they're going to tackle that new division, the Classic, in here. And sounds like he's a different horse, too, that's a little more settled and able to handle going 2 turns in a mile and an eighth.
Well, when he ran a mile and an eighth here in his 3rd start, he was still a work in progress. He couldn't get out of the gate. He kept spying the fields. He actually ran very well in the context of that race, and it was a race that featured some other very, very talented horses. I'm not worried about him getting the distance. I just think it's a slightly different ball game in the 2-turn race with a slower pace.
I don't follow that logic at all. I mean,
well,
if I have a horse in a race and I'm able to position closer based on pace scenario, and I have a horse that likes to close, I'm delighted with that. That's what I want in a race. My problem with Cody's Wish is that it's 2 turns. Okay, a lot of people are saying it's only an 1/8 of a mile more he's been running, but those are all 1-turn races. These horses, just like people, when they're in the turn, they can't go as fast. So when you're going 2 turns, you're slowing down on the turn, speeding up, slowing down on the 2nd turn, speeding up. Right. A lot of horses can't do that.
You're forgetting
Cody's Wish has not proven that he can do that.
You're wrong.
He's 3 to 5. He's 3 to 5 in a mile and 1/8 race, and he gets beat.
You handle him this time.
Did you watch the Met Mile and what he did around the turn?
It's a 1-turn race.
Sorry, wait a second.
What did he do around the turn?
I'm sorry, did you watch the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile,
What did he do around the turn?
Tom, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which he won, was a 2-turn race. I hate to let the facts get in the way of a good rant.
Another 1/8 of a mile. Another 1/8 of a mile.
So it's distance, not 2 turns.
Absolutely, it's the mile and an 1/8.
Okay,
it's a mile and 1/8 combined with the 2 turns. Don't put words in my mouth. You're bad about doing that.
We'll find out on Saturday. Look, it's an interesting
you want 3 to 5,
argument.
Or do you want somebody can beat him?
I'm not writing to bet him.
Come to me. I'll give you somebody can beat him.
I have some. Who? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I actually like Zandon. I think him coming back to 2 turns is what he wants to do.
I'm skeptical. I think Cody's Wish will probably win, but I think there's reason to be skeptical, and I do think it's reasonable to talk about it. I'm not worried about the distance, though.
At a mile and 16th, he was favored, he got beat. At a mile and 1/8, he was big favored, and he got beat.
That was early in his career.
No doubt about it.
Completely different horse now.
Because he hadn't found his niche.
But we will find out. Maybe he can't do it, and that's why they're taking the shot. And kudos to the connections, too, to even try and take this shot, because it's brave to do that. He's the best horse in the world at what he does.
Absolutely.
Great news, the drought is over. It's raining.
Yeah, Andy said it's going south of us.
No,
we're going to need that separator between these two.
I'm going to queue up the replay of that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
I haven't had to say much, and I'm just enjoying myself.
Grade 3 Saratoga Oaks Invitational, middle jewel of this Turf Triple Series, and Elusive Princess narrowly defeated in Group 1 company at Longchamp in France just 2 starts ago. Meanwhile, a lot of good ones lining up here from the States, including a West Coast invader last time out. Selenea for Jonathan Thomas. Around Ortiz Jr. will be on board this filly. More on the Oaks when we come back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
$500,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flightline in full flight. Flightline, 20 lengths.
Flightline and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga Sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
in the Perryville. All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
So this is the first step in creating the magic that is Saratoga. This is the first step in that we go around to the farms here in central Kentucky, we go down to Florida, we go to New York, we go all across the country, finding the very best physicals, the very best pedigrees that we can find in order to showcase the best horses on the biggest stage in sales in America. Our job is to go out as a team of inspectors to identify, based on a criteria of pedigree, physical attributes of the horse, to make sure that we are creating the most uniform group of superstar potential horses that we can find all across the country. You're looking for the proper conformation on the horse with the physical attributes that we feel are going to be horses that we're going to be reading about in the TDN and the Blood Horse. These are going to be Saturday horses. They're going to be winning graded stakes races across the country. Hopefully we're finding the next Kentucky Derby and Oaks winner that'll sell at Saratoga.
Back on Saratoga Live on our Friday coverage. Brought to you in part by Fasig-Tipton as we get set for this Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational Sale. One of the great couple of nights all summer long. It is a fun party, and the future stars of our sport you can find there as well. Monday, Tuesday night, that Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale at the Pavilion.
No better bar on earth than going to Saratoga auctions. I recommend anybody in town, if you get a chance to head over, it's really fun. Doesn't cost anything. Come in, walk around, check out the horses. It's a fun night.
Do not go in the pavilion and scratch your nose. You might be buying a racehorse.
Nobody was stupid enough to give you money to buy horses there, were they?
You know, that horse that we won with here was one of my purchases, Andy. Absolutely.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
Alice Beach, pretty talented.
Thank you. Yeah, very good.
Nice
First-time starter.
Wow.
Battled up the rail. 11 minutes away from this Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Let's go to Acacia.
And we did have some rain falling here in the paddock before this race, and so maybe that will elevate a couple of the French fillies who have some good form over some softer turf. And we'll take a look at the two coming out of the Prix de Diane, which is the French Oaks, and an incredibly competitive race at Chantilly. Elusive Princess finished 5th that day and was a horse that she kind of hesitated at the break a little bit. She was a little bit headstrong early, but then when she got into a lovely rhythm and settled, she came flying late for a very good 5th. This is a horse that ran 2nd in a Group 1, and Longchamp 2 starts back. She has very strong form coming in here, and she has a lovely walk. The way that she extends herself, the way that she strides out here in the paddock, looking at her, she's also of that lighter build. Typically, you will see horses coming over from Europe, in particular from France, and they'll be a lighter frame, and that's why they often find these kind of softer turf courses to be a little bit more to their liking and a little bit easier to handle. Sometimes the bigger bodied, burly type of horses sink down into the softer turf courses. I think Elusive Princess is very much the one to be in here. Also coming out of that Prix de Diane is Caroline Street, actually bought across the street at the Fasig-Tipton sale a couple years ago, and well named to be returning to Saratoga if you've ever been out at Caroline Street. She was a horse that settled, kind of making an early move and looked with a chance last time and then to flat and late. That said, I wonder if the distance is really what she wants. It seems like, yes, she won going a mile and a quarter, but I wonder if maybe earlier on some of those shorter races kind of gave the hint that that's what she preferred, and she did flatten going the mile and 5/16 last time at Chantilly. Obviously, Joseph O'Brien knows which horse is fit coming here to Saratoga, and good to see him here. And this is a horse that actually last year as a 2-year-old ran behind August Rodin, who's one of the most talked about horses in Europe. So we'll see. I think she too should handle the going just fine in here. Taking a look at a horse that started her career over in Europe. It has been racing in the States, the 7 Papilio for Mark Casse. Ran, I thought, a very good race in the Belmont Oaks last time. She went to her knees at the break. I mean, her nose really touched the ground, and she closed strongly late behind Aspen Grove, who will take on the boys in the Saratoga Derby tomorrow. This is a filly that I think has really come along nicely for Mark Casse. She too has that lighter frame physical. Again, a horse that started her career over in Europe. She looks great coming in here. She's been very professional, very relaxed. Hopefully she gets out of the gate and makes things a bit easier on herself. But I think off that Belmont Oaks effort, I should say, Greg, she's a major player in here.
Acacia, thanks. Aspen Grove would win that Belmont Oaks, was due to line up in this race, has scratched the 10, and this filly was behind her with a troubled beginning.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the difference in trips, for instance, between the winner and the trip Papilio had, and it's just ridiculous. And the winner scratched to run tomorrow. But not only that awful stumble at the start, but then she was wide the whole way, and they'd just taken the rails down the turf. So saving ground was at a premium, and the winner was able to save ground in a sensational ride, whereas there's really nothing that Javier could do. And she ran great to finish third. I thought she was best.
I know you pay a lot of attention to this. Did you feel like the pace was against her that day as well? I thought the pace was a slow pace that day.
It obviously was a very slow pace, but it was also a slow final time as you look at it as well. It certainly didn't help her.
But it enhanced her finish. To say that she finished against a slow pace.
She certainly ran well. The winner also closed in here as well. The horse who ran second here, now she was saying the pace, the inside, she did everything her own way. I wouldn't say the race fell apart. I thought Papilio's effort was sensational. She's the best American horse. I picked a horse near Solo Album, the one who's 21-1, and apparently I'm the only idiot that likes this horse.
You get that right?
The same barn.
Her last race on synthetic was tremendous with a wide trip. She has a huge turf pedigree, too.
And they've added blinkers to that horse. 2 for 2 with the blinkers. They haven't just been close races, dominant races.
Taking a shot, she's improved.
See if that equipment change pays off as well on this surface. Those, of course, as mentioned, on synthetic. Another one for the Mark Casse barn. Papilio is as well. But all the money right now on this French filly, Elusive Princess. Flavien Prat will be aboard for Jean-Philippe Dubois as we get set for our post parade and our call to post. Here it is. We're going to begin here in a moment with this long shot that Andy's going to take a swing with here. Solo Album. Jose Ortiz will be aboard.
Well, her one turf race wasn't very good. It was in line with her synthetic race at the time, and her synthetic race last time could make her a contender here with her pedigree. At 20-1, I can lose a few bucks.
Hunch play for a place right down the street here, Caroline Street for Joseph O'Brien.
Yeah, 1 of 2 for Joseph O'Brien. You know, his record is not that good when he brings him to the States to run.
Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Here is the favorite at 8-5. Just missed in a Group 1 on soft turf.
She had a tough draw last time with post 14. She ran respectively. If she's able to duplicate her European form here, they're probably all running for second.
Talented filly here for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing Kajera.
I mean, this horse had a great trip last time, but it's the finish that catches your eye. This horse kicked home well.
Speed.
It's a filly that's working big for Shug McGahee, All-American beauty.
But, man, she's going to have to step up any form she has. They're taking a shot.
Honored to Lady. Saffie Joseph Jr. sends out.
What Andy said, this horse has to step up to be competitive.
And the filly we showed you with that stumbling beginning in that Belmont Oaks, Papilio from Mark Casse.
And it's not like that race lives in a vacuum, Greg. This horse has run some other good races, and the Europeans don't show, and she does. She's going to be tough to beat.
American Sonia was just a nose behind Aspen Grove, who, of course, won the first leg of this Turf Triple Series.
Yeah, the second of Joseph O'Brien's horses in this race. Notice those Europeans are all going to the post without ponies. They don't use ponies over there and take them to the gate.
Selenaya, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Jonathan Thomas.
I think she's an underlay at 5-1. It's probably because Irad Ortiz is riding her easy win last time, but against dramatically inferior foes.
And 30-1 outside. Luis Saez will be on Strikingly Spun.
I mean, she was completely uncompetitive with an easy trip in the Belmont Oaks. I don't know what's going to happen. The only way she can really move up is if she just loves the going, and the going is the X factor. I think it's one of the reasons that you could take a shot with a horse a bit of a price here, because the going, wet tracks, wet turf, it plays no favorites.
Well, pedigree sometimes plays
no, but I mean, it's not, a good horse, a horse may handle it
fair.
or not handle it.
Fair.
I mean, and looking back at the pedigree of the one horse, there's a lot of European pedigree. There's European Router, the second dam, so there's a reason to think this horse could handle the distance.
And this going is about as wet as you're going to get here in the United States.
Agreed.
That we watch right here.
Yeah.
Which, looking at how she's competed on turf courses with Given It, this French filly, the favorite, the 3 Elusive Princess, do you give her a big edge because of that?
I do. I mean, she's handled very soft ground overseas. Look at the time of some of the races. She's run against the best. She's grade 1 placed in their biggest races over there. She's going to be very tough to beat. Now, she also has to handle American-style racing, tighter turns, a little bit different the way the races are run.
There she is.
And they're rushing to the gate with the weather situation.
Yeah, we got a momentary lapse in the rain, but it started to come down again. She also, this French filly, the favorite, gets one of the best riders in the sport. There she is loading up in Flavien Prat.
Yeah, Flavien Prat, he just does everything well. He's the most well-rounded rider here in a room full of great riders.
Grade 3, Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational, Middle Jewel, this Turf Triple Series. And it's Elusive Princess, the 3, this French filly, the 3-2 favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Strikingly Spun to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. And it's a very quick beginning for Selenaya, who takes command at once. Kajera comes away in second. And she's followed by All-American Beauty, third in the early going. Down at the rail, Caroline Street is in fourth. American Sonia is next. Honor D Lady is in mid-pack, 5 lengths off the leaders. She is followed by Elusive Princess. Papilio is right next to her. And then it's a couple of lengths back to the final 2. Strikingly Spun, and Solo Album is far back early on. They swing on to the backstretch, and it's Selenaya, the controlling speed. Eager as well, in front by 2 lengths. Kajera is in second, followed at the rail by Caroline Street, and American Sonia fourth, 3.5 off the pace. All American Beauty is racing in between rivals. Elusive Princess, Honor D Lady outside of her. Papilio yet to do her best running. 2 more back to Strikingly Spun, who's 4 clear of Solo Album. They went 48-2 for the half mile. The pace honest enough for Selenaya. Caroline Street, Kajera side by side. American Sonia just outside of them. As they move into the far turn, Papilio is underway. And so is Elusive Princess at the rail, both of whom only 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's another 3 back to Strikingly Spun, followed by All-American Beauty and Honor D Lady. Papilio has made a big bid on the outside as the field turns for home. American Sonia confronted by Papilio. They're out in the center of the course and even wider. Here comes Elusive Princess, and Elusive Princess with a devastating burst of energy runs by them both. Elusive Princess and Flavien Prat, most impressive in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. American Sonia outfinished Papilio, and then Caroline Street.
No question who was best here, Elusive Princess. How wide was Flavien Prat tipped out here?
Yeah, but he got to save ground around the first turn, save ground for most of the second turn before tipping out. And I like the move because now they're going to run into the divots, the ruts that they've created when they ran by the stands the first time. So he got out there at least on fresh ground. I thought this was a brilliant ride from him on the best horse who really kicked on, and another horse with proven form on soft ground, American Sonia, out battles Papilio, who made a wide premature bid around the far turn.
Yeah, I think that's where these horses wanted to be. They wanted to be wide down the lane here, and they're all 3 off the rail, finishing the best. All 3 foreign-bred horses that through family, looked like they were going to relish this ground.
They were the best horses. They ran 1, 2, 3 in here, and I think that the winner was just too good for these horses. I'll tell you something, turf's not that soft. In 157, on a sort of fair, we're so used to these hard courses, 153, 154. I mean, if it was really soft, they'd have got about 201, Richie.
Yeah, but I mean, they put some...
they're giving it, I'm not saying
No, but they put
firm.
some bite in the ground.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I'm just saying it's not an absolute bog.
No,
I
would
actually,
agree with
you judge that in the turns, right? When they're making the turns, how much they're kicking up. And I actually watched them on the turns. I thought, wow, this course is in better shape than I realized.
Yeah. Well, we haven't run it that much because it rains every day.
Dominant performance in the States debut for Elusive Princess, here owned by L&J Foxwoods. Jean-Philippe Dubois trains, and Flavien Prat does exactly what's needed, but there's no question she was dominant against this group.
And to show that kind of acceleration when she got out there in the clear, and Oishin, am I saying that properly? Murphy wound up riding American Sonia. Joel Rosario was named on. His mount scratched Aspen Grove, and he wound up picking up American Sonia.
I met the trainer this morning, Greg, of Elusive Princess. He won't be doing the interview with Acacia. Let's put it that way.
Did he show you the proper respect, Tom?
Not without a translator.
6-5 on your winner. And Europeans continuing to have a lot of success coming to this New York circuit and winning some of these big turf races.
It's a very smart move by L&J Foxwoods coming over with this filly, taking a shot. I mean, it's a $400,000 race. What race was she going to win over there for that kind of money? A very, very smart move by them. They came over. They had the best horse. She showed up, and she dominated.
I love this European participation we've gotten in this turf triple series for the Colts and the fillies. They're bringing them here, and they're bringing good ones too, Tom.
Fair to say Charlie Appleby has led the way, led the charge?
Yeah.
I think he has too. I think he started the British invasion. I'm not talking about the Beatles. I
don't know.
It's starting to happen now.
There have been a lot of people coming. Coolmore's certainly done it quite a bit, probably more than them, actually.
Well, no one with more success than Charlie Appleby, that's for sure.
I'm gonna call it.
I'm going to see one of his runners coming up in the Hall of Fame as well. 6-5 favorite kicks things off in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll talk Farbridge and his story. I know Tom's a fan, LSU Stables. Got to like those colors, right? We'll go behind the scenes with his connections when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Not above the law to win. Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa and the Grade 3 Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational in the books with a stellar performance from this filly here in her state's debut. Elusive Princess, 4th win in 8 starts on the lawn, and how easily she dominated this group. You might see her stick around a little bit.
Yeah, but she saved ground until right about in here, and this is when Flavian said, let me get her in the clear, let me find that better ground that they haven't run over yet. He tips out, and she finished in this soft ground time in a very game performance by American Sonia to outbattle Papilio for second.
She's getting after it. I mean, Andy said it, but once he's right, she was much the best.
This horse has legitimate Group 1 European form, and I think if people aren't familiar, the Group 1 turf quality horses over in Europe, the Group 3 Europeans are good enough to compete quite often in our Grade 1 races over here. A Group 1, if they show up, they're just way too good.
So I mean, the Group 1s that's the highest level race you can have over there. And remember, they're breeding for grass over there. In the United States, we breed for dirt and maybe somewhat for grass, but you know, it'd be like the French wines versus the American wines back in the 50s.
And
no comparison.
they're also very demanding courses they run on. They're undulating, they go up hills. So these horses are really ready for the distances. They're trained for these races, and when they show up, they run big, and she's good.
And boys get their turn on Saturday in the middle jewel of this series in the Saratoga Derby Invitational. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's take a look at what we have next on today's card. In the Grade 2 National Museum of Racing, a Hall of Fame, $500,000 purse, and a wide open group. Right now, more than looks. Doesn't reflect it on our board, but here at the track, 8-5 favorite for Cherie DeVoe. And we'll get more into this in a moment. Again, Saturday, Saratoga Derby Invitational. We're going to introduce you to the connection to one of these runners from the very beginning that he lined up at the starting gate. Farbridge showed immense talent on the turf. Now with the Belmont Derby already under his belt, he's going to try and keep that Turf Triple Series alive on Saturday. We go behind the scenes with Randy Sarf from LSU Stables.
Yeah, right? You know you're going out there, and you know what you're going to do, right? You're the best, right? You know that, right? That's easy. Watch your kepi. You don't want to hit your head. The day Farbridge ran in the Belmont Derby, the morning of, I went to see him, and I spoke to him, and he looked at me, and he started going like this. And I said, "You ready today?" He started going like this. "I'm ready." He's ready.
But it is Farbridge to win the Grade 1 Belmont Derby.
I'm telling you, I knew we were going to win that day. I was so happy, and especially for our family and the people that are there, it was like we won the Super Bowl. Well, who's your favorite today? Who do you like the best today?
All of them.
Nah, but there's one you like the best. What do you got in here? Let's get 3 today. Give me 3. Hat trick. Last week I told him he'd have 5. He got 5. Right, buddy? Go for it. So here's my day in Saratoga. I wake up in the morning at around anywhere between 6 and 8. And I review my work. And then I watch the workouts if they're working out. And I'll just get in my golf cart and drive around. Here's the champ. Here's Jose.
Hey.
What's up?
How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Everything good?
How you feel? Good. Tacking up, buddy. Okay. We'll see you up there. I've never seen a horse go in and out of traffic like he's on the Long Island Expressway and on a rush to get home. Once he gets in that opening, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. You ain't catching him. Go get him, Bridge. He's looking right at me. Do they know? These horses know what's going on. They know why that little guy's on top of them. Can't see that far. Up down the stretch. That's when he hears me. Not now, but he'll hear me on next Saturday. Take it easy on him, Jose. Just standing on him. Atta boy. Just hold him tight. Look at that tight hold. It's a dream. Like, you know, being a 8-year-old going to the Aqueduct racetrack or Belmont or Yonkers or Roosevelt. Now you're really part of the game and like got a grade 1 horse. The chances are 1 in a million. Farbridge is running Saturday in the Saratoga Derby, and he'll be right there. He'll be right. You give him that opening, they'll never catch him.
LSU Stables. I mean, going to name it that. I don't know how you don't have Tom Amos as your trainer.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Shameless plug.
Wow.
Shameless plug. Go Tigers.
Is that why Tom gave you 100 a little earlier?
Mr. LSU himself, Farbridge,
Love it.
Andy, has been pretty darn talented in what we've seen from him on the grass so far.
He's an extremely good horse. And I think in a lot of ways, it's his quirks that have gotten him in trouble in races. Now, his quirks kind of helped him last time because he likes to run inside of horses. And that was the place to be at Belmont. He got a great ride from Jose Ortiz to win it. I think Webslinger might have been best that day. But the thing about Farbridge, he's never run a bad race. He shows up and runs big every time.
This was a huge finish. I mean, he flew home against, once again, a pace that I thought was a little bit on the slow side, but big finish down there.
Webslinger's trying to close on the outside. He didn't get the save ground at all like Farbridge. And they'll be duking it out in that race tomorrow. They are the big 2 coming out of the Belmont Derby. And they got a new shooter in there in Program Trading. But he's a good horse. They paid a lot of money for him.
Jose did some job on him, too, because he is a horse that wants to lug in. So he saved ground with him before he was able to ease him out from behind horses in a big finish.
And then Larry Sarf, who's, you know, just got in the game very recently and a good guy. I joke around with him a bit at the track sometimes. And he's been extremely generous with the Belmont Child Care Association, the BCCA, and we all appreciate that.
That's great to hear. I don't think we had a bigger celebration that whole meet than LSU Stables winning that Belmont Derby with Farbridge. Meanwhile, Program Trading.
That's how we do it.
New face, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. This horse comes in 2 for 2, and this will be the stakes debut.
I mean, a good trip here, right? Lays off a long shot, comes down, and goes very good. I mean, I know he lacks experience, but he is talented, and he's going to show some speed tomorrow.
He's got to get the extra distance, and I think that's one of the questions for him. And he's got to do it against some better horses, but he's run fast enough. Third-place finisher came back here and lost a very tough photo in the meet to improve in that effort. He's good, but the going's getting tougher, and they're more experienced.
Fair.
We will see. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt, imposing connections. And, you know, we just saw what happened with the fillies. We're seeing this filly go against the boys tomorrow. Aspen Grove, who won that Belmont Oaks Invitational.
She is apparently running against the boys. I wish them the best of luck.
We will see what happens. Interesting move.
Yeah, I don't know that I understand it, but we're going to find out before tomorrow's race what's going on there.
Part of it was the filly that showed up today.
Maybe they thought we can't beat Elusive Princess. We'll take our shot against the boys. It's more money. I mean, listen, they came here and got the money to Belmont Oaks, so they're already ahead of the game.
Yeah, another thing too, they're not fearful of running against the opposite sex. They're not fearful of running against the boys overseas. It happens all the time. Here, we show a little more respect for the men. On the racetrack, I'm talking about.
There are also a lot more opportunities here for fillies to get, for fillies to run against their own sex. Over there, while there are opportunities, they don't think they're quite as plentiful for the good purses as they are here.
Back to today's action, Grade 2. Hall of Fame coming up, and as the board reflects, it is a pretty wide open race, although More Than Looks is taking a lot of attention on the board for trainers Cherie DeVoe, Victory Racing Partners, and John Velasquez will be aboard the 2-1 favorite in this spot. 1 mile over the inner turf coming up on our Friday action. Gonna step aside for a short timeout. We'll meet the field when we come back with graded stakes action continuing on the grass next.
Is at 7 as he takes the Grade 2 True North Stakes. Elite Power, a champion sprinter.
Curling, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bricks and Mortar is right behind the leaders. Snap Decision is there on the outside. Final Furlong, Big Handsome, and Yoshida. Bricks and Mortar is going to swing outside of him. Snap Decision's on the far outside. Big Handsome, Yoshida, Bricks and Mortar coming. These 3 will decide the Hall of Fame stakes, and Bricks and Mortar runs them down. He's still undefeated.
Bricks and Mortar, one of several big names who have won this Hall of Fame, and he would go on to be a pretty special horse for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
An amazing horse who lost his next 2 starts with some tough trips, both here in the Saranac and in the Hill Prince at Belmont, and then he was injured. They never really thought he could make it back to the racetrack. He finally got back to track, reeled off 7 straight wins, and became Horse of the Year.
I was trying to get a rise out of Andy when I said he was a very opportunistic horse, but he didn't pay attention to me
I
anyway.
heard you. I swatted you away like the gnat that Bricks and Mortar was swatting horses away as.
And you look at what Chad Brown's done in this race, 6 victories, including 4 in a row at one point. Bricks and Mortar was a horse, going to that Breeders' Cup turf. They weren't sure if that was a race for him. It's kind of a tweener, and he still winds up winning that race at 1.5 miles.
Talked about going the Breeders' Cup Mile or going there, and he went and he got it done. In fairness, and he was a terrific horse, he found the right Breeders' Cup turf to be going in. They didn't have a lot of European participation that year.
Casa Creed, Raging Bull, some big names have won this one.
Yeah, but what impressed me about Bricks and Mortar was there were races where he got very keen and he's throwing his head about it, and he'd still finish. A lot of horses won't after they get into an argument like that with their rider.
He was a tremendous horse.
Paddock Report for this year's edition of the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll begin with your favorite, as More Than Looks to complement his effort going back to the Grade 3 Manila for Cherie DeVoe here. Now we'll see how he handles the give in the ground. But, as Acacia was saying earlier in the Saratoga Oaks, you can kind of suss out the horses that have that European frame that tend to handle the going because they are lighter framed individuals. That's not really the case here with this Hall of Fame, because most of these horses are quite robust 3-year-old colts. But More Than Looks has the frame to say, I'll be okay. He's a little bit of he's a pistol. He has his own thoughts about things. As you can see, kind of getting a little hop in the air as they just finished up saddling him. But he's incredibly athletic. And now last time in the paddock at Belmont, granted it was a much warmer day, he got a little hot, a little bothered under the collar. He hasn't really done that here this time around, but pay attention to how he behaves at the gate. We saw him brake slowly in that Manila, and that was because even though Cherie DeVoe told John Velasquez, hey, tell the handler, the assistant starter in the gate, don't take his head, don't mess with him too much,
They still did. So I'm sure he's been schooled since then, and we'll see. Hopefully, there may not be a handler in there. I'm going to catch up with Cherie hopefully in a moment just to get the scoop on how he will be handled at the gate. Number 6, General Jim. He'll return to the turf after a hiatus and hasn't been there since his 2-year-old year, in which he went on to win 2 races here up at Saratoga, breaking his maiden, and at Keeneland. Now, he's been working consistently over the Oklahoma turf course, and watching some of those workouts, he's mainly been working with other dirt horses, so I can't really gauge how well he's going, to be fair. Like, if you go back and you watch his last workout, which was with Montauk Point, he was in the inside, and he was well in hand, but Montauk Point is a little bit more of a dirt type of runner. I wish he just looked better overall, and I was willing to make an excuse for him coming out of that Grade 1 Woody Stevens, in which the race just seemed to be more forwardly dominated as he just didn't get away and into stride that quickly. But it just feels like they might be grasping at straws here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just wish he looked a bit better here in the paddock. Not that I'm against him, though, getting back to the turf course. Now, Carl Spackler, he was all the rage when it comes to this division earlier in the year, but he just underperformed going back to the American turf. But when I talked to Chad Brown back at Belmont, so many of his horses, he said, just really didn't handle the going at Churchill Downs, just the difference in turf courses. Now, Carl Spackler, I really like the way that he's been working. Watching his work several times ago, back on July 7th, compared to his July 28th effort, you can see how much stronger and how well this guy was going against Adamo, who's a Grade 1 UN winner of last year. He looks sensational here in the paddock, Carl Spackler, and I'm excited to see this guy possibly get back on track, but I feel like this give in the course is not going to help this big, strapping son of Lope de Vega. Now, but that is a feather in his cap, having that pedigree on his side. Like I said, Greg, he's just a bigger type with those bigger feet that sometimes don't love the going.
Maggie, thank you. Our pick 4 starts here, as we'll get to our post parade coming up in just a little bit. And, you know, Andy, back to Carl Spackler, that huge maiden win at Gulfstream. It's one of 3 horses in this race, bred by Bob Edwards. And off this maiden win, you thought this horse might have a huge future. He still might.
Even when he just lost to Farbridge in a brutal photo, who Farbridge had a little better trip than he did that day, and he looked brilliant. Now, that was Gulfstream, and it was disaster at Churchill. Now, Chad Brown's horses didn't run as well on that Churchill course, so he's using a bit of an excuse, but I think he's the kind of horse that you know has a lot of talent, and I'm sure you've had your share of these, Tom, but it's a little hard to trust them.
It's hard to trust him, but when you go back 2 races to the replay we just watched at Gulfstream, we know this horse is extremely talented. So you can forgive a bad race from your horse, even if you can't put a reason on it as you move forward.
I agree, but as a bettor, to take 5-2 on this turf course
short.
is a little tough.
Yeah, that is a short price.
So do you guys know who Carl Spackler is?
Gophers.
There you go.
If I kill all the golfers, they'll put me in jail.
Caddyshack lovers all over this one.
Tom had no idea he was until I told him. Come on, Tom. You didn't really think I was going to get away with that, did you?
But I had the line.
Over, I'm not sure if I think I'm over 100 times having seen that movie.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Got a favorite scene?
The whole thing.
Spalding, no!
If you've seen, there's actually an edition out with the excerpts that they didn't use in the movie,
Really?
which is
Oh,
great
my
as
goodness.
well. Got to try and catch that one.
It's a Marx Brothers movie. It was written as a Marx Brothers movie.
Really?
Yep. Ted Knight is the Margaret Dumont character, I believe.
Speaking of Chad Brown, here is another Chad Brown runner with just 1 start to his credit. It was a win. It was going 6 furlongs. Seems like a big ask here, but from this barn, never seems to be on the grass, does it?
It's a big ask for a horse that was extraordinarily impressive in breaking his maiden first time out. And I was talking to Chad Brown about it, and he said, you know, we want to see a shot, see what kind of horse we have in a race like this. There's also a very big pursed 6.5 furlong turf sprint at Kentucky Downs, Kentucky Breds, which he is, compete for at the end of the month, I guess in early September. So this is a perfect sort of prep for that if he doesn't handle the extra ground.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you specific examples of horses that Chad has done this with. That's Andy's department. He's big in that. But I feel like I've seen this before. Inexperienced, stepping up and doing well.
Oh, yeah, but the stretch out is something his success is minimal with.
That's what we all refer to Tom to on this program. More than looks. Maggie standing by with his trainer.
I love that segue, Greg. That was great. More Than Looks So with Cherie DeVoe. And Cherie, we were just discussing as we are experiencing a weather delay due to the lightning. The second thing trainers are most obsessed with other than their horses is the weather.
Of course, it really does take control of what we can do. And in this case, we're beholden to the lightning that's all around us. And I would have to say the over-under is 3 or 4 different weather apps any trainer has on their phone.
That's so true. Let's talk about your boy, though, More Than Looks, coming off the win in the Manila, where he had every right to not win, and he did. I know he's a little bit of a quirky guy when it comes to the gate. What have you done in preparation for that?
We just stand him. It doesn't really seem to help him. It is what it is, and we just resign to that. It doesn't change his running style. He's got that late closing kick, so it really doesn't affect him that he doesn't break great. Kind of actually helps him because, watch, I'm going to say this, and he's going to break like right on top. But when he gets behind, he's forced to settle and make that run. The first couple races, he was fighting with the rider a little bit, so it just helps the rider get that position. And once he is covered up or behind horses, he settles right in.
Why is Johnny Velasquez such a good fit for him?
Johnny has ridden so many horses and has such experience. I had a quick conversation before he rode him in the last race, and as long as you don't fight with him, but you have to learn how to keep a horse like that who wants to be keen to settle and relax, which doesn't mean you just chuck them their head. It means that you have to take a hold and sit quiet on them and just try to finesse them. So a rider like Johnny who just has the experience, and it's a thing that we say with hands, you can't get them anywhere, and that's really makes the difference in a horse like this.
Can't buy them at Walmart. Cherie, best of luck here. We are going to wait out the weather, and let me know what each of those weather apps say.
All right, we'll be in touch.
Cherie DeVoe here with More Than Looks, the favorite. As yes, the thunder is rolling, which I'm sure you're aware of, Greg, over there on the set.
And we're listening and intently keeping an eye on things here with all the metal we have on this set. Cherie DeVoe, terrific trainer, Mig. She was talking about schooling. Can you follow up on that?
Yeah, some horses that have gait problems or are nervous in the gate, they'll school them in the morning. I mean, they'll take them there, stand them back out, have the assistant starters climb over them, kind of try to recreate that atmosphere in the afternoon, but it's not the same, and horses understand that, as you know, Tom. Have you ever had a horse that was good in the morning, but that afternoon they just couldn't contain themselves?
They know the difference. Yeah. Oftentimes they know the difference, but it doesn't keep you from trying to work with them in the mornings and, try to get a trick or two maybe that you find that works by just, going for something experiment-wise, not handling them in the gate, leaving them alone. No, don't put a handler on their head. Any number of things.
I'm happy to see Cherie having this kind of year. I mean, she's done well since she went on her own. It's a hard thing to do, but she's really having a sensational year. She's a terrific trainer, and I'm really glad to see her doing as well as she is.
And we just saw that performance in the Manila. I mean, that was the coming out party for this horse.
No
but
doubt.
Now, a whole different wrench thrown into things with the condition of this turf course.
Absolutely. You throw the course in. First of all, you missed an opportunity last time at $16. Now you're talking about less than half of that. Also, this is a pretty tough field that he's in. You throw in the turf condition, you throw in the 2-turn from 1 current configuration. Not all horses are as comfortable making that switch. Bricks and Mortar did, but some of them don't.
Yeah, but I mean, in More Than Looks, that horse gave the field a head start, did leave the gate well, and, still flying on the outside. And I think the outside's where you're going to see this winner come from, down the lane. Richie pointed it out. I think that part of the course is where people are going to start testing based on the results of the last race and the top 3 finishers being way out there.
Yeah, they just look like they got very comfortable out there, right?
Yeah.
And all 3 horses were well removed from the inner rail, but they also started up closer to the top of the stretch. This time, not as much run to the first turn on the inner going a mile.
For those that may not be aware, there is a different, unique wager here that begins in this race coming up. It's a 2-day pick 6 that begins with this race, and then races 6 through 10 on the Saturday card that will begin with the Grade 3 Troy. So that option available to you as well, and that's the race where we're going to see Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner Caravel back in action.
Caravel's just been so good, and talk about not being afraid to take on the boys. She's not afraid, Tom.
No, and then she's so tactical. I mean, in her last race at Belmont, which was going 6/8 of a mile, she had a pace setter in front of her, and her win was dominant. But those horses behind her, those are really, really good horses. you know, Casa Creed was behind her in that day.
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously very good. She may finally face some significant pace, because I don't think that No Balls is going to be rating in this race. Larry Ravelli doesn't rate his speed horses. So I think that horse is going to take it to her, and maybe she can sit second and get it done. And she's been terrific, and I'm not trying to knock her in that. But she has not faced extreme paces recently, which is somewhat unusual for turf sprinters. She's gotten away with, relatively speaking, for that quality turf sprinter, fairly tepid paces.
All she does is win. And you know what? And you're not the only one, but every time she steps up to the plate, there are plenty of people that knock her and think she's not going to get it done.
I didn't like her at all last time at all, and
Yeah.
I was dead wrong. And
Right.
I'm going to bet against her
She set
tomorrow.
off the pace, though, and won on a couple of occasions.
She did, but they were still moderate paces. And I think with a horse like No Balls in there, she's going to face actual pace in there for the first time in a while. She's been terrific. I'm not trying to knock her. I'm just saying, you know, we all know why horses are short prices and why they're likely to win. I think you have to ask yourself, can you come up with scenarios where they may be vulnerable? And I think that could make her vulnerable.
We know Tom playing this two-day pick six. He will not be singling in the Whitney. We already had that discussion at the top of the show.
It's a two-turn race.
Maybe I will.
You're not even going to include Cody's Wish on your ticket, are you?
I didn't say that exactly.
Well, as
but
against him as you were in that conversation.
Jump on him. He's putting
a 3 to 5 shot that I'm keeping out of the winner's
circle.
circle.
Don't yell at me.
He's
Oh,
getting,
yeah, you're just the narrator.
He's getting pretty indignant over here. I think this is really a time we all should gang up on Tom.
It's a 3 to 5 shot that I'm trying to beat, and I think is vulnerable at that price.
This is how good this foursome is. I'm speechless. I'm listening to this. I'm just enjoying it.
I think Tom makes extremely valid points. It's not that different than what I'm talking about with Caravel. We can tell you why Cody's Wish is going to win. He's the best horse in the country. In his talent, if you could distill a horse to their talent, he's the most talented horse in the country. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be the most talented horse in that race. I think that's the point you're trying to make.
It is.
In a weather delay.
Up already.
At that distance.
I mean, I made the same point about Caravel. I'm not saying not the best horse necessarily, but circumstances could be different.
Well, especially at this racetrack, we see upsets more than we see anywhere else. Real quick, weather delay. We're in a holding pattern right here as you see that weather coming down, and this is what's passing through right now. Mig, as a rider, when you had to deal with this at Saratoga, which you had to many a time, how would you use this time?
Just gotta relax, hang out and wait. I don't know. It looks like the riders are out, so they're hanging out in the starting stalls.
Yeah, this would be one of those races where they got to go straight to the gate when they get out there. And what you're watching for, I'm sure as a rider, I know I am as a trainer in these delays. I'm making sure my horse is calm, cool, and collected. Look, talent is one thing with a racehorse, but if they're not mentally right going into the gate, it doesn't matter how talented they are. And I'm looking at this group; they look pretty calm, cool, and collected.
Let's go to Maggie for an update.
Yeah, they are. This is a classy group of horses that we have assembled here in the paddock for this Grade 3 Hall of Fame. So nobody minding too much. They are acting like little angels here so far. I mean, the question has to be posed: do we still stay on the turf? Because now that I don't know, I'm not the one calling the shots here. But let's talk about some of these horses. As far as distance, and you guys were talking about the 5 in here, Mischievous Angel, stretching out in distance. Let's talk about Appraise as well, as he'll just take the logical step from the 7 to the mile. And I honestly have thought throughout his career that more ground is less preferable, that he looks more like an out-and-out sprinter. But what I can say is, while I was somewhat dubious about his chances coming back off the layoff, going the 7, because he was really revved up. He just didn't look 100% fit like we're so used to seeing these Chad Brown horses look. He, so far, has been a lot more calm. He's gotten a little bit angry since they put him in the stall. But I just think he looks that much more fit, and he's just conserving a bit more energy, which I can appreciate from him. So coming into this race, I didn't like Appraise at all, but now looking at him here in the paddock, I have a little bit more of a positive outlook on him. As we'll move on to number 5, Mischievous Angel. I wasn't in the paddock the day he debuted, but he decimated a field that I don't know how good they are, to be fair, but he did earn a fast figure, and honestly, I would have been suspicious of him getting the 6. He looks like a horse that wants to go long, so I think the way that he finished up going the 6 last time, coupled with the fact that he's a little bit more of a scopier horse, a little bit more of an even frame, that this is ultimately probably what he wants to do, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Can I just say off the top here, too, I love Frank Miramati, our track announcer here, too. Always has our back. Wanted me to remind everyone, too, that two-day pick six I was talking about that starts here in races 6 through 10 tomorrow, 20-cent pick six.
He can tell a story, too.
I wonder how he knows
calls
that.
a good race.
He does paint a very good picture.
He
though,
does.
Right?
You know, when you can close your eyes or have to listen to a race just on your phone and you can get a visual of exactly how the race is running, that's a good announcer.
He's been doing an incredible job here, and he's our co-worker and he's our friend. Not an easy job to step into that booth, and he's done it on a few other days in the past as well and done well. But I think the biggest thing you can say about the job he's doing, I haven't heard a single complaint. And we know people like to complain, and if he was doing things wrong and making mistakes, he'd be hearing it.
Yeah.
Tom, so many things. Well, we'll get to. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. I can ask about it when we return. Weather delay here in the Adirondacks at Saratoga Springs. It can happen in these parts. We're going to wait it out. Hopefully get back to business very shortly with a stakes race coming up on the grass next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass.
Back on Saratoga Live in a holding pattern. Weather delay as we get set for the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. Grade 2 worth $500,000 coming up here on our FS2 coverage. And hoping this weather will pass through quickly.
Did you know that in a sloppy, muddy day, worse than today's weather, holding pattern won the 1974 Travers, beating the mighty Little Current and the filly Chris Everett.
With Mike Maselli aboard.
There you go.
Really?
Wow. That's right.
Here's a look at the weather that is coming through this area as we speak. Tom, you were going to be a weatherman at one point before you became a trainer, weren't you?
Was I the only one that about an hour ago watched Andy look at his phone and say, the worst if it's going south of us? Was I the only one
that
heard that?
That the weather could be south of us. You never know. Tom,
it's not what you
happened
said.
that you didn't
You
pursue
did
your
not
career as a
handicap that
weatherman?
well.
What did
Andy
you-
is
what
always
happened?
optimistic about the weather.
Exactly.
It's good that there's somebody here who's bright and sunny and optimistic in life.
It's a good thing, yeah.
The 3 Debbie Downers sitting to my right.
That's the favorite as we wait for the Hall of Fame here. More than looks. Cherie DeVoe trains. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, John Velasquez, will be aboard eventually. We hope sooner than later. Another quick break. We'll be right back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way.
In the bank, 191,000. 150,000, Nader Tomas, thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Back on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live on the eve of the Whitney, and Cody's Wish trying to take his game 2 turns in a mile and an eighth as he eyes the classic division at year's end in the Breeders' Cup. In a holding pattern for this Grade 2 National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame, with the weather passing through the area. Of course, earlier today, we had those Hall of Fame inductions and 3 tremendous equine athletes going to be forever remembered across the street.
It's always just such a great day because it's just such a celebration of our sport and applauding excellence and rewarding excellence, I should say, Tom. But always nice to hear the speeches and see the emotion involved.
No doubt. And I mean, and those are some very deserving champions. Talked about Arrogate. I'll never forget that Travers in the sense that I'm like, I don't care who he's running against in the Breeders' Cup. That's my bet after that race.
Yeah, and you think about his Breeders' Cup, where he beat California Chrome, who also got in the Hall of Fame, well-deserved. And California Chrome was tremendous at that point in his career. He was a tremendous racehorse, and he had everything his own way. He was in front, he was sort of cruising along, and Arrogate, they just went to the back of the pack with him, and they just waited and waited, and he still beat him.
Most years you run a 119 buyer in the Classic, you're going to have a pretty good result.
You're good.
Not that year for California Chrome going up against Arrogate. And how often do we see horses that competed against each other going into the same class in the same year?
That's an interesting point. I mean, I wonder if, like, Furman Alydar probably did. Did Easy Goer and Sunday Silence go in the same year? It's kind of interesting, and those are some pretty heady names I'm mentioning.
Chrome just had such a tremendous following, too. And it was so great for the sport to have all those Chromies get so excited. Really brought a lot of fans who weren't your everyday horse racing fan into the game.
No, and listen, he was a flashy chestnut, the kind of horse that grabs your attention visually, right? And Andy, Greg, and myself, we were covering a race out in California when he won on the undercard. I think it was the San Felipe, if I'm not mistaken.
As a 2-year-old.
Yes, we
As a
were.
3-year-old, yeah.
When he won by more than 7 lengths. That was his, in Stakes Company, really his, well, that really was. That was his dirt coming out party, where everyone just stopped
before
and
that.
was, wow.
He had a trip in one of the Cowbred races on Breeders' Cup weekend at Santa Anita, where he had a rough trip in one of those races. And that's sort of the first time, at least I took notice of him, because he had a rough trip. I think he might have run second with a bad trip, and then he won the San Felipe, and he was
very good.
But he just kept getting better and better and better. And by the time he finally retired, it's such a shame that he just didn't run his race drawing the outside post in the race down at Gulfstream. It was such a lousy way for him to go out because he had such a great career.
People forget, too. I mean, we remember him as the horse who had a chance to win a Triple Crown. He started once on grass. He won a Grade 1 on the turf.
He did. He won the Hollywood Derby. He was a tremendous racehorse. He really was. And the fans, they didn't just come out for him. They bet. They bet a lot of money on that Belmont Stakes, too.
Going into the Belmont that day.
And how about
his
his
chance to the Triple Crown?
Dubai World Cup? His saddle slipped so far back. It was almost like it was like a bucking strap where the girth got. He was very fortunate to get around there, let alone win.
I think the thing that sometimes is lost when we look at these horses that are going into the Hall of Fame is the way they were managed by their connections. Yeah. I mean, take a look at Arrogate. He was late to the party. You know, didn't make the Derby that year. Songbird was a horse that they spaced the races quite a bit with her. And California Chrome was just, I mean, he was one of those really good ones that just kept on trucking after his Belmont defeat.
And he also went over to Europe after he was in Dubai, and they had him in Newmarket, and things went the wrong way, and he missed all that time, and he still came back after that and was still remarkable.
Hard to, isn't it very difficult to keep horses together and to have a career like that after they've just forget running in all three legs of the Triple Crown, getting to a Kentucky Derby and having that taxing run, those 3 races in 5 weeks, and do what he did beyond that.
You can go look at some charts from the Kentucky Derby of some horses that came into the race, very good horses, what their form was like before the Kentucky Derby and what their form became after the Kentucky Derby. That race takes a lot out of the horse.
And he was very close to winning the Breeders' Cup Classic that year as well, right? In the Bayern year. Wasn't he in the photo?
Yeah, he was. I think he was third, beating the neck for everything.
Couple of necks for everything, right?
Third, beating the neck in the Breeders'
Bayern
Cup.
Toast of New York, and he was, just beat a neck in that race.
Could anyone here have remembered that Toast of New York was second in that race?
No.
Horse who had come over here, I believe, for the Belmont Derby originally.
Was that Nate O'Brien? Who had Toast of New York?
No, I don't think so. He was sort of, I feel like he was kind of obscure connections.
Well, 2 incredibly narrow
Tom
defeats.
Amos trained him.
Hey, dude.
In the Classic.
We'd also be remiss not to mention Art Sherman and the job he did with California.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a horse of a lifetime for Art Sherman. You know, as trainers, every once in a while we get one of those really great ones. I mean, for me, it was, Serengeti Empress, and hopefully there's another one out there. But, they're the Pletchers, the Chad Browns, the Bob Baffords, they get a lot of those horses. But for most trainers, maybe you get one. Maybe.
How immediately did you know Serengeti Empress was special?
I'll never forget, I worked her 5/8 of a mile. She hadn't run yet. And I called the farm that had prepped her for me. And I said, "What are you doing, holding out on me?" I said, "I just worked her this morning." He didn't tell me she was great. And he started laughing. He goes, "Man, I hate to put a curse on horses by saying something like that." I said, "Well, she's great." Yeah, she was a good one.
Pretty amazing that she's just the second best filly that you've had in the last few years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, apparently Who's Your Filly's the best horse you ever had.
Well, she's a work in progress, and she very well may be. But look, and I think it's important. I always try to be transparent with my horses, with the public. Who's Your Filly, undefeated at 2, came into, her debut. We've got an announcement here.
Today's card has been canceled.
Well, an announcement from track announcer Frank Miramonte that the remainder of today's card, unfortunately because of this weather, has been canceled. Unfortunate news, but we get this type of weather every once in a blue moon up here.
Here's my call. This is like the nadir. This is the bottom, right? All this rain we've gotten, all the lost races, the lousy weather, and feel bad for the fans, you at home, people here as well. It's going to be all
so you're calling the market,
sunny skies.
You're calling the market bottom right here?
Bottom.
The market
sunny skies, turf race, all good from here on out.
Look, I think it's really important to say it. NYRA is about the health of the horses and the welfare of the animals, and this is a costly move, no doubt about it. But the horses come first, and I mean, okay, I'm working for NYRA as I sit here with you guys, but I would say that about any company that comes across and does that.
Is that new this year?
Yeah, look, I don't want you to look at my check.
I'm going to leave. Listen, by the way, I'm going to go.
Tom is part of that too in terms of protecting these certainly the turf course as well
Sure.
for what's to come, and within that, the safety of the horses going
I'm
forward.
sure. I'm sure it's a big part of it, but it's the horses.
And the dirt as well. I mean, Richie,
Yeah.
the rain we've gotten, and then you add this extra rain on it. It's a tough situation.
Well, I was concerned when we were looking at the main track when the rain was coming down, and there was a lot of water starting to pool up along the inside, a lot of standing water. And in the past, it's been my experience when I was riding,
Right.
that's when they would tend to cancel.
Yeah, washouts. You know,
Washouts.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of rain that's piling down, and they lose a bit of the track. But that doesn't have anything to do with the turf course, that's for sure.
No.
You know, while we're on the subject of it, you know, we had a lot of rain Jim Dandy Day. I thought the track superintendent did a great job of keeping the track together for that day. And a track superintendent's like a umpire in baseball. You don't even know he exists until he does something wrong, you know. But I couldn't believe how well they kept the track together that day.
Everybody is replaceable. All of us are replaceable. Glenn Kozak,
amen to
not
that, Andy.
replaceable. And his man Brian Jabelman, who works with him, and you know Brian from down in Louisiana as well. They do a fantastic job with the track. And yeah, I work with them. I'm proud to work with people like that because we have days we come here, it rained all night long. We get here and the track is good and narrow. We get the track and it's fast by the third race.
Right.
And that doesn't happen by accident.
Yeah. Incredible crew. Doing what's best for all these equine athletes and the riders, for that matter, involved for their safety. And we just got too much water in a very short period of time here.
It's unfortunate. You know, it would have been nice to get this race in. And, you know, and I'm sure for the connections, Tom, it's got to be frustrating for a conditioner. You've treated your horse. You've gotten them there. They're in the paddock. How difficult is it now to get them back?
That's a great question. Will this race be rescheduled?
Oh, it'll be rescheduled.
And if it's rescheduled, how quickly can you reschedule it? I mean,
we could run it on Thursday.
Yeah, but what just happened in the paddock? It takes a lot out of an animal. I mean, you put the tack on their back. They've known all day they're going to run. These horses, most veterans, you know, they've known since this morning. Today's race day.
But let me ask you a question. Isn't there an argument to be made that you wouldn't mind coming back next Thursday, let's say, or Friday, when the weather's nicer and the course is in a better condition? It's a total crapshoot out of there. You know there's 3 or 4 horses in this race that probably wouldn't have handled it at all. So wouldn't you rather in some – I mean, I'm trying to make it – you know, it's obviously it's unfortunate and you hate to see it happen. But there's an argument to be made that you're just better off running it on Friday.
Right. There'll be a horse or two in here that doesn't eat their dinner tonight, which we often see after, you know, hard exercise with these horses. And it's just the stress of everything they just went through. You know, so if they can recover quickly, maybe the whole field will be back in here when we reschedule it.
They're amped up a little, ready to run.
That's right.
What do you do to take that edge off?
Yeah, great question, right? So you're back at the barn. They know their environments, right? They're back at their home. They know that place is a place of safety and a place to relax. So I think they'll calm down just fine. I don't think that's an issue, although it potentially could be.
What about you? Will you be eating comfortably tonight?
Yes, I will, because I'm not eating with you.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't invite
These
myself.
two guys.
I can't invite myself like I did the other night.
My meals are so much more fun when Andy doesn't invite himself to dinner.
Not only did I invite myself to dinner, but Tom drove over to my house. Then you were halfway to the restaurant. You drove over to pick me up.
Yeah, that's because I had a little beef. I had a beef with you, so I had to get it out.
Colleen made you do it.
And
you didn't want to do it.
For those who think the conversation is very different at dinner, it's just like this with these two.
It was really nice when he left to make a phone call, and Colleen, I got to talk, actually. That was the highlight of the meal.
I believe we are just taking a break, and we will be back. That is the plan. We're going to take a timeout. We'll return. Today's remainder of the card has been canceled, unfortunately, here at Saratoga. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after this on our Friday coverage.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in our Friday coverage of Saratoga here on FS2. In case you have not heard, the remainder of today's card has been canceled due to weather. So that's it for our coverage of racing action this afternoon. Of course, Saturday, sensational. The Whitney with Cody's Wish, and one of the most anticipated races year in, year out, the test for 3-year-old fillies. That includes our Kentucky Oaks winner, Pretty Mischievous, cutting back in distance. There's another runner in this race, too, with quite a story. Much like the filly named after her, who entered Saturday's Grade 1 test, undefeated in 5 starts. Maple Leaf Mel's trainer, Melanie Giddens, is a true fighter. She never expected to be a trainer, but a serious medical condition changed her path going forward. And now she is in the limelight with an incredibly fast and talented New York-bred filly.
This is Maple Leaf Mel, and I'm Melanie Giddings. Her personality is very quirky. As a 2-year-old, she just full of life. I mean, she squeals and jumps around, and you know, this year's is a lot different. She's a lot more laid back. She likes just hanging out with you in the stall, and she's a lot more lovable. She's spoiled, just a little bit. Every time she runs, she's showing how much she, you know, can change her tactics in the morning and how she's more relaxed. And I think she's finally, you know, at this stage of her life, figuring it out a little bit.
It is Maple Leaf Mel, and she's going to stay undefeated. The New York bred has won all 5 of her starts.
I don't ever have any expectations for her. She's exceeded them all already. She, you know, she's done a lot, 5 for 5, all different tracks. And, you know, there's been quite a few times she's still not the favorite, and I wouldn't trade her for any other horse in the race. I now have a Mel's stable, it seems like. We have Mel's Angel and Mel's baby sister, and we're hoping lightning strikes twice, I guess. I feel like there is quite a connection as far as, you know, I've spent every day with her. I mean, I feel like she notices me, she looks for me all the time. She does a lot for me, so I just expect myself to do a lot for her.
It's a great story. This filly named after Melanie Giddings, and Coach Bill Parcells, August on Farm, said she'd been with this filly just about every single day, wanted to keep her with her because really Melanie impressed Coach with what she had done.
Yeah, and listen, your horse is named after you. You've been with the horse the whole time. She worked for Jeremiah Englehart all during that period. But the coach is a very generous guy, and I think everybody involved with this filly is got a hand in it. I know Jeremiah is rooting for her, and easy to root for. She's answered every challenge that's put before her, obviously this being the stiffest one yet.
Talent-wise, Tom, how does she stack up in this field?
Oh, she's a player, no doubt about it. One of the top 2 or 3 choices in this race, and a horse that may, from that outside post, control things on the front end.
It's a great draw for her. I mean, it's the absolute ideal draw because there is other speed in there, but out there, now listen, you have to ask, can she rate and win? Now, is she best on the front end? But at least from out there, she can survey the situation and not get hounded from the inside.
She's got the best gate speed, though. Her first step is fast. Sudden. I mean, there's other speed in here, but they're not as fast leaving there as her.
Yeah, and the one that has the best chance to challenge early is right next to her in the starting gate. So that gives you a good target right there.
Yeah. It's a great matchup, and it's a great matchup with the more routers cutting back and Pretty Mischievous, who is looking to sew up basically the 3-year-old filly Eclipse with a win here. Incredible resume. She's cutting back, and you've got the brilliant speed of Maple Leaf Mel. It's a tremendous, tremendous matchup. And to think it's not even the biggest race on tomorrow's card.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. So Kentucky Oaks win, Acorn win, but then the cut back in distance to 7/8 for Pretty Mischievous. Here's a look at the Acorn victory, and they're both narrow victories. the Oaks and the Acorn, but bottom line, she got it done.
She's not a horse that likes to win by much. You know, if she gets in a fight, she seems to get the job done. They put the blinkers on her, Richie, the last 2 starts. She's won both of those starts. Cutting back to this distance of 7/8 from the Acorn distance of 1 mile and 1/16. I got beat a nose doing it with Serengeti Empress in the test. Maybe one of the most difficult, one of the most difficult losses I ever faced.
She was 3-year-old champion, I think, Kofefi.
She was indeed, Kofefi.
The blinkers have had the desired effect. She still has that tendency to want to ease up when she hits the front, and when she feels a challenge, she finds a bit more.
I like the horse that's second in there, Darth Vader. I think also drawing outside a Pretty Mischief, it helps her. And she was in that uncomfortable position, sort of dueling between horses there. She's a big player in this race as well.
Money's Gold, obviously, that's going to be the race within the race. Those two, the speed they have. Jersey Pearl's not slow either.
I agree.
Could be a very hot pace, and we'll see who takes the, try and takes the starch out of this field early on. Maybe it is this New York bred filly for Coach Bill Parcells.
She's quick. I wouldn't take anything away that comes easy, that's for sure.
No, but I mean, this race looks to have the setup for somebody to be able to close, and Pretty Mischievous. I mean, she's the girl. She's the one.
You think she wraps up?
I mean, how does she not win?
A championship with
the
this.
Test, the Acorn, and the Kentucky Oaks. She beat Wet Paint. So let's say Wet Paint wins the Alabama. I guess they say, well, if Wet Paint were to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, good luck to Wet Paint beating the likes of Clairiere and Nest and whoever else shows up.
But still, you still got the Cotillion at Parks,
where they're going to run Pretty Mischief as well.
And you've also got the Breeders' Cup itself. What if one of these 3-0 steps up and takes on these older mares?
Do you have somebody in mind?
Well, I mean, maybe not.
There's a filly out there with some talent.
You're going to behave yourself at the Cotillion this year, Tom?
That's a whole other story.
Who's your filly, to be precise? Saturday stakes schedule. Fox Saturdays continue tomorrow with live coverage of the Grade 1 Whitney. That goes off at 5:44 Eastern Time. And of course, the big story, most talked about horse and race of this meet, Cody's Wish. Probably the best dirt horse in the world right now, trying to take his game longer to go after that classic division.
Best story in the world, too. What a great story.
Yeah. It is incredible, no doubt. That's coming up tomorrow. Rest of this card canceled. We're back at it tomorrow. We will see you then on our Saratoga Live coverage. California Chrome, inducted into the Hall of Fame across the street along with Arrogate and Songbird. Pretty Mischievous. Kentucky Oaks and Acorn winner cutting back in distance for the test on Saturday. And Cody's Wish moving up to that heavyweight division in the Whitney. Live coverage tomorrow.